Oh, Jesus Christ, chat. Good morning. It's been one hell of a week, wouldn't you agree? Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. But welcome in, guys. What's today? How's your Tuesday? How's your Tuesday? What trouble have you gotten into this early in the day? Hold on a second. There we go. There we go. Big old yay on that one. Big old yay. It's only Tuesday. I'm saying the last 7 days. Why does I keep saying like my last week has been pretty good. And they're like, today's Monday. And I'm like, I'm talking about the last 7 days, guys. The last 7 days, not just like since Sunday or Monday, depending on what kind of person you are. If you think the week starts on Sunday or Monday. Big old gay. What? Where? Big? Where? I have no idea what you're talking about. Anywho's it. Today's Tuesday. No talking in weeks. No talking in weeks. You know what? I can relate with that. Welcome in, Bishop. How are you doing? Actually, it's Tuesday. Oh my goodness. I cast Armstrong. All right, buckle up, kiddos.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Today's a sigh of relief for me. One fire out, but there's more. Take a breather when you can. Today is going to be a palate cleanser of a day. We are not going to look at grums. We are not going to look at whatever political pandering has been going on today. We are going to talk about nice little nerdy things today, and then food. Because I don't think there actually is anything nerdy going on. Let me actually go check. I don't think there's been any new trailers for anything coming out in the past couple days. I don't think there's been any news on Bloodlines 2? Question mark? Let me actually go look. 2 days ago, Maze liked to avoid people beelining for the good choices. Ooh. I like that. But hold on, let me go see their news section really quick. Updated release window. When was this? When did they upload this? Last month. Damn it, I am behind. Actually, I swear we watched this trailer. God, I'm so tired. Expedition 33 is my game of the year so far. Ooh, I'm excited to play it because I was given a key by the devs for that game, and we may be playing it tomorrow instead of Alone in the Dark. I do not know how long Expedition 33 is, and again, it may end up just being another one of those RPGs that we start on stream and then save for another time. Like me, still staring at Final Fantasy 16 that I've had downloaded this entire time on Steam. And I need to get off my ass and start doing fucking like premium VIP streams in Discord or something for those games. Yes, cleansing day. Every one of you is showered, right? You're all ungamered, correct? You have all ungamered yourself? Hi, cool. Is that you? Good vibes? Oh, that's a cute emote. That's a very cute emote. Oh my goodness. Although it does kind of remind me of like the girls that are really too into church. VIP streams in the Discord, get that Ko-fi membership. What is it, Ordain? Or you can get tier 2 or tier 3 subs. I am sufficiently ungamered. Yes. Good job, Rowan. Good job. What's up, Hectic? Yes, we were good boys and girls. Listen, ungamered does not necessarily mean that you are good. And I know. Hello, Go Rounders. Go Rounders. Oh God. I don't know why I went like a little Bobby on it. What's all this then? I showered later today. Is that good? All right, Ordain. As long as you shower before you go to bed. Tier 2 or 3 subs give money to Twitch. You wouldn't want that, would you, chat? Stare. It's got a bit of the Bobby. You got a license for that water? I don't think my accents are fucking trash, but it's still fun. It's still fun to like at least wing it like that. But let me see. It doesn't look like they actually put a date in Everyone to join. Hey, there's a Discord. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Then let me just, gonna take you and you're gonna go like way down here, right next to Blood Hunt. Excellent. Excellent. Deus Volt and Pepe memes are banned from the server. Wait, that's hilarious. Certain memes are henceforth prohibited in this server. While we acknowledge that the imagery itself is benign and its origin is far from malicious, these memes have been cultivated and appropriated by some extremists and hate groups. It needn't overtly portray racism or have conspicuous hate symbols embedded in the message, to convey signals which belie the otherwise neutral nature of the original message, aka dog whistle politics. And that's not even like added at the end. That's in the middle of their fucking rules section. That's in the middle of their rules section. That's actually kind of impressive. I'm 110% adulting today. Suit and tie and everything. All right, who died? Who died in Cinda? Answer the question. Whose Discord is this? That's the Bloodlines 2. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 official Discord. I joined the Discord because, hopefully, I want to try and start doing interviews with, like, game devs that I have, like, interest in, because I think it would be fun to, like, bring them in and talk about, like, the general idea behind, like, Bloodlines 2 and everything. So that's my first goal. That's the first person I want to rip. Even if they send me, like, an intern or some shit, I'll be like, all right, you better take my fucking list to every person you know then. Artist and Comic is now doing colors again after years, so not only will we be getting part 3 with the previous 2 arts, oh shit! Holy shit! Nice. Instead of doing the hued kind of art that they've been doing. Baron Podcast, the devs, finally content. Listen, I'm gonna try my fucking best, okay? I'm gonna try my goddamn best. Know what? I think I have to go to meetings. You think? You think? What do you mean you think? What the You think you have to go to meetings? I just imagine you now at work, like fully suited up, being like, yeah, I'm supposed to have a meeting today. And then just meeting never comes. 5 o'clock rolls around and you're just standing there just like, what happened? It's not 100% off the table. Color's gonna be amazing. I am certainly excited to see it. Okay, no, that's not. I'm still looking at some things that I could open because right now I have Korean popular street food. I have Boulet's Hobby Time's original video of him encasing his YouTube play button in resin, which YouTube demands that I watch, and it's been out 3 months and I have not watched it yet. His alligator epoxy one. And then I found something that I thought would be like really comfy, a channel called Alpha Tech, that they do like campfire cooking. And this one is Winter Stew, if you will. Yes, we also have 1 week until reminds me. Hold on, I got to do a thing. That reminds me. I have to repost. Some things. Yoink. And then I need Blue Sky. Never show up to the carnival meetings. Got too many milkshakes to drink. What kind of milkshakes, Sunstar? Well, what is the itinerary of milkshakes, if you will? If you will. Okay. Is that what you're getting at? Oh, Kono got one of those dome things for Dustifer. Aw. Wait, that's cute. That's cute. Oh my God. Holy, what the fuck? I'm sorry, chat. I'm very confused. I scrolled down and there's a video of a person. Is this in program? It looks like they like drew over and put memes into their like music that they make. But I can't actually tell if it's. No, they're. I don't know. I'm having my mind blown. That's what's happening. Ooh, good song. Chocolate, just walk past the glass of the meeting room sipping, just. Listen, that's fine. Wait, Sunstar, I forget, were you the one that mentioned the other day that like your favorite milkshake place closed down? I forget if that was you. I don't remember. I honestly don't. But you remind me every time you bring up milkshakes, you make me think of a place that's in my town that is like I don't remember how, hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick. No, it's not that. I always get the name wrong because I could have swore it used to be named something else. But apparently it's not. Apparently it's always been what its current name is. I'm gonna go count menu. I'm gonna go count the number of milkshake options that they have. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times. Okay, no, there's not the same number on each row. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 30. Okay, no, they did have the same amount each row. They just weren't aligned properly. Okay, so yeah, 39 milkshakes, and they come both as regular shakes or malts. The Carnival milkshake machine is always broken. Listen, just because it's made by a single company who has a limited number of techs, I'm trying my best, okay? I have some of the other guys like working on making their own milkshake machine. It should be ready to go in. Okay, this itinerary says 110 years. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right, but it could be. It could be. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll do the business of keeping an eye on it. That'll be fine. I'm sure. I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, this is like a classic, like, it's like a classic, not quite diner, but like walk up burger and milkshake place. And when I say it's classic, I mean extremely classic. Outside of their like milkshakes and soft serve, they only have fucking 3 things. Burgers, whether depending on the size of the burger, they do have Beyond Burger. French fries, tater tots, onion rings. That's it. That's all. 3 of them are sides. 3 of them are sides, and 1 is burger. When you never put it out. All right. But you know, Gamer Subs, I'm really having mixed feelings about you. I'm having some mixed feelings about you recently. Finally got one of the dream fucking partnerships I wanted, and then fucking so much nightmare shit comes to light, and it seems like they don't want to drop their 2 fucking shit sticks. Hell yeah, the malt shop, baby. God, you can't get malts like hardly anywhere. Maren doesn't sups with the gamers anymore, like it's fucking dinner. I don't sup with the gamers, no, but no, it's like I still have all their products, especially because they sent me so many of them. I still like their products, and I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna like. No, I'm not gonna like badmouth them over that. I hope they would do. I hope they do the right thing, and fucking withdraw. But the thing is, Cinder, if I remember correctly, Cinder is also a part owner. Same thing with like J Slat, Russian Badger, Shy Lily and stuff. And what's it called? GamerSubs has invested so much into Cinder as like their second VTuber, if that makes sense. If you ever like look at the number of shit that they release from Gamerships, it's like the number of shit for Shy Lily is number one, and then immediately is followed by Cinder. This burger and milkshake place that my mom took me to all the time spent like $50 on an old Mortal Kombat 3 arcade machine. That's awesome. I managed to ignore them all. Nice. Nice. 5 streams? Let's go, Hollowed. How you doing? Yeah, that's what I figured. They will probably buy out. It's like, they'll either like, you can sell your shares and we will pay for them, or you can leave. Or you could say a silent person on the board, because we absolutely refuse to take your opinion on fucking anything. There's a lot of things that can happen, but the thing is Gamerships, I don't think, as of last night when I looked before, had not made any announcement. They hadn't made any announcement whatsoever on what they were doing. So I don't know. What was she doing for Cinder? Cinder was essentially Soon Cinder Kirsch collab flavor. It's just business 1939. That's oof. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking show y'all something because this is hilariously coincidental. As soon as you said that, I scrolled down on Twitter to see if there's anything going on. If anybody doesn't know, Quandle is a candle company that like partners with YouTubers and stuff. Nun with a gun? Why does the nun have a gun? Smells like a terrible apology. Available on the store now. Bonfire scented candle. Interesting. How do you make it smell like a bonfire? This is definitely just a taking the piss kind of product. It's hilarious. Hell yeah, go get it. I'd buy it. Listen. Hey, they're technically local business. They're like local level. They just so happen to market like via VTubers and stuff. So like, go get them, champ. It's candle with the Q. But that was funny. You said that. I read that out loud. I scrolled down and that was the first thing there. And I was like, oh. Oh. For a cautious 10% off. Listen, we also get a kickback. It's I believe somebody bought one tub a while ago, and I checked as soon as it came through, and I think I get roughly $7 per tub. That's roughly what it is. That may change with like depending on where it's being like shipped to and stuff. I honestly don't know. That was just like the first order that came through, and I went and checked, and I was like, oh, $7. That's pretty good. For like one buy of a, I think, I don't remember what size it was. I'm going to assume it was like the 100 servings, so like a $40 tub. Given the shit Curses drifted off to 1939, ain't too far-fetched. Oh yeah, that ain't too far-fetched. You are correct. Kirsch is an absolute goddamn nightmare. Same thing with Rev. The fucking, I forget what his whole like username is. Is it like Rev on the right or something? I feel like that's what it is. Okay. If you don't know who they are, you're better for it. You are better for it. The Dutch police once arrested a bird for taking part in a robbery, put it in a jail cell with bread and water, and when the media reported on it, they put a little black bar over his face to protect his identity. I'm sorry. I love seeing that fucking picture because it's so goddamn cute. Chat, have you ever seen this? Here, we'll go back. We'll go back. Look at him. He just did a whittle quime. A whittle quime as a tweet. Don't know who you're talking about. Same sentence as Kirsch, so I don't want to know. Yes, correct. It is Mango. Mango's the one who retweeted this. And Mango arrested. Yeah, it's Mango posted it, and it's above it. It was just, I learned my lesson. He knew what he did. It's so cute though. Look at him just hanging out there. Can you imagine being a bird though, and just being like put in here? What do you think goes through a bird's mind of being like, it's like, It's just bread. I don't see where the water is. I wonder where the water is, but it's just two slices of bread. And you can tell, I think that bread's been eaten because that does not look like it's been pulled apart fully by a bird. It looks almost like it has mouth shapes on it. Like they just ripped some dude's sandwich out of his hands and threw it in the fucking page with the bird. Hi, Donkler. Bro, they got bigger cages. Why I have been having this shitty little tiny thing at home? I wonder how the bird took part in a robbery. I need to know. I need to know how the bird took part in the robbery. Did he like fly away with $1 or something? Did he fly away with like just a large bill? Tried to block the camera view? What do you mean? Oh, gotcha. I see. He like fluttered in front of the camera. He was the getaway driver? That makes sense. I can see that. I can see this dude. He looks pretty tough, not gonna lie. He looks like somebody you don't want to mess with when he makes it to the joint. This is the kind of guy your mom tells you not to cross if you ever end up in prison. Act like a canary? Cops are coming? Maybe. Did a little dance to distract the guard, maybe to act like a canary. Da, 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 da. Feds once busted a drug ring and arrested their parrot and tried to make him talk, but he held tight. That's hilarious. All right, let me go back. Sorry, I got distracted again because it's just a burb. I miss that burb. Oh. Okay. The bird's the fall guy? Is that why he got arrested? Hi, Jarothy. How are you doing? But is it illegal to get married for tax purposes? No. How are they going to tell it's for tax purposes only? How are they going to know? We'll develop feelings later. It's fine. Oh. Unfinished alternate art cover for the Mystery Flesh Pit TTRPG book. I forgot they were making a TTRPG for the Mystery Flesh Pit. Squawk Polly wants your money? He can't have it. It's mine. I have very little monies, and what I do have is mine. Yeah, TTRPG. Why not? You can play as like a rescue crew that has to go save people. It's probably going to be like one of those like, not like a long running campaign unless you wanted to like come up with like an arc where like something is wrong with the Mystery Flesh Pit or it's like rising or something. Yeah, we got married for tax reasons. Sure, bud. Sure. Yeah, I just married my homie for tax reasons. Don't you know? I'm sorry. I just saw somebody's meme of their kid like laying on the fucking floor. Oh, what the fuck? Come imagine that someone is feeding art of my persona character and my artwork into generative AI programs. They apparently even sold my gesture design to someone else when I've already sold it. Flesh Pit Rescue Team, that's how you do a long campaign. Oh yeah, but it would also be like, you could have like progression, if that makes sense. Where like, it goes from being just like, oh, somebody like fell off the catwalk and like can't get back onto the catwalk. It's a kid or something. So you need to send somebody in to like pull them out or something like that. And then eventually like shit starts going wrong. The like lice that live inside the flesh pit start having like stampedes and shit. And it just gets like progressively worse and worse until you figure out like something's wrong or something's like up systemically with the fucking flesh pit. Do a turn on the catwalk? I do my little turn on the catwalk, yeah? on the catwalk. Like ultramarine magmel? What? What is that? I'm confused. I do my little turn on the catwalk, yeah? What is that? That's too sexy for my shirt, isn't it? The flesh pits are rebelling again? Not this time. Not my flesh pits. Not my flesh pits. My flesh pit knows better. My flesh pit knows so much better. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to see if there's anything interesting going on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, no, wait, we weren't going to talk politics today. Damn it. I can't talk about this. I'm not going to talk about this. But it's very funny. It's very, very funny. If you're Flesh Pit and looking for a job, apply to the Dark Carnival today. Totally amazing benefits package. You don't even have to do anything. You don't even have to do anything. Oh, what the fuck is this? Elon Musk volunteered to be in 100 men versus 1 gorilla video if Mr. Beast made one. Because if you might didn't know, Mr. Beast made a post, I think it was yesterday. I screen capped it and sent it to someone. The world mayor and political nightmare. The state of politics. Bad. It's bad. And apparently in the comments, Elon Musk said, if I die under mysterious circumstance, it's been, oh no, this is from 2022. Never mind. It's been nice knowing you. And then Mr. Beast commented, if that happens, can I have Twitter? And then Elon said, okay. And Mr. Beast is retweeting it saying, I might own this platform soon. Also, the thing is, even if you have 100 men versus a gorilla, where is Mr. Beast going to get a gorilla? Where is Mr. Beast going to get a fucking gorilla? No zoo with ethical terms would possibly rent out one of their gorillas for Mr. Beast. I'd rather be Beast own it than Muskuffer. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because it's an ex-gorilla? What do you mean ex-gorilla? They're YouTubers. They don't need ethics. That's also true. But I'm talking about the zoos. The zoos are usually pretty ethical, kind of. I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, I'd like to think they're ethical, but the general premise of them is sometimes for profit. Yeah, it really does. It really does depend on the zoo. Only chance I've had finding one is in the wild. Good luck finding one alone, though. Exactly. And if they get a male gorilla, they're basically gonna end up fucking like destroying what would be an entire fucking details on live action Claire Obscure Expedition 33 film being co-developed by Sonic franchise producers. Casting and director search is now underway. Is it because, are they doing this because it's like an obviously classic hero story and they saw it and they were like, this is an easy movie. We could make this into a super fucking easy movie. Ethical to the best of the caretaker's abilities. Caretakers usually are a part of it, but it could also be the, Who the okay, I'm gonna make the mistake of going and looking at this dude. I'm pretty sure I just found a right-wing political comic maker. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. He tries to make political comics. He's literally made 12 comics in the last, hold on. Let me find the last one. Wait, this is only 2 days ago? No fucking way. Okay, it's because he uploads them multiple times. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, he uploads the same thing multiple times. He's actively advocating for turning the entirety of Canada, or nearly the entirety of Canada, into a state for the US. And claims that Canadians, at least according to these comics, this looks like the thing that they're trying to pitch. Um, huh? Okay, I can't imagine the level. I'm going to close this before, because I'm not going to show y'all these, but if anybody wants to see the nightmare, it's... No, I'm not going to shout out this person. I'm not going to say this person's name. Y'all don't need to see these. They're fucking stupid. They're fucking stupid. Interesting. Okay. Everyone knows Canada isn't real. It's where they change the batteries in the birds. Ah, yes, the birds, the drones, if you will. Doom scrolling again? Listen, it's average behavior. Average fucking behavior. I'm pretty sure that's AI art. I am nearly 100% sure that is AI art. There's still people posting there's still people posting apparently old commissions from Cinder. Not old commissions, newer commissions that they've never got to post before. And now they're like finishing and they're like, I kind of gotta post this. I need the eyes on it because I'm an artist. And, like, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we get James Maron's batteries there too. What do you mean? That's too far. Canada's too far from where I stream. Fine, I'll go get the fucking Canadian portal. All you see through the portal is a fucking, oh, damn it, what's it called? Where do you get Tim Tams? Tim Hortons, that's it. There's just a Tim Hortons through the fucking portal. It's enough to know there's an idiot out there who could point at and laugh at. True. And I can't believe I found that guy just by scrolling the trending page. I hate that. Oh, this person's claiming Oz! Yep, another day to trek through my way. Hee hee. Hi, Oz. Thank you for renewing your season pass. Okay. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be anything of substance on Twitter today. There's also nothing in terms of game development, it looks like, outside of that movie for Expedition 33. What is this? Oh, okay. It's somebody's OCs that they put in, like, the mouth-washing universe. Okay. Damn! Sorry. I sell art. I sell muscle art. Is there ever anything of substance on Twitter? Sometimes. Like, I give him the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Kind of. Okay. But chat. Are we doing food today? Is that the plan? Did you hear that Dream's making a comeback as a VTuber? Somebody mentioned something about I forget how they worded it. Yeah, but somebody mentioned that something about Dream and VTubing. I think it was yesterday, and I was like, wait, does that mean Dream's coming back as a VTuber? How about no? How about no? How about good fucking luck with that, dude? Good fucking luck. I don't remember. I don't remember if was his thing that people just roasted him after he did his face reveal, or did something come out about Dream? Blood Bark. What is Blood Bark? Hold on a second. Is that on Steam or is that an itch.io game? Blood Bark. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it's on Steam, so let me go check itch. Because it looks, oh, it is here. Oh, it's free. Highly priced for their exotic redwood. The trees are bleeding, but that is natural in this species. Just 1 week and you're gone. But the trees are aware of your presence. They know your intentions. They will fight back. Okay. Interesting. I don't see... Apparently this person makes a bunch of games. I just need to find a different route. Go ahead and shave that. Go ahead and save that for later. Hi, Coco. His friend. Ah, okay. Was it another Minecraft VTuber? Not VTuber, sorry. Minecraft streamer. It was another Minecraft streamer, wasn't it? Be honest with me. New game for the carnival? Yeah. But it's one of the, it says it's a short game, so there's no telling how long it is exactly, but it's probably going to be like less than an hour. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it was that. And then it was also like he got bullied after his face reveal. Cause I remember that was a big deal at one point. People were like really fucking mean to him after his face reveal. And he tried to put the mask back on, and people still bullied him for what they now knew what he looked like. But egg recipes, no. Nah. 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 Time to get that ass. Oh my god. God damn it. I almost said Sunstar. I'm not gonna lie. I almost said Sunstar. Stack all the short games for Carnival Lounge Nights? Maybe. Maybe. Solution, no more faces? I kind of wish I now had a toggle that could just give me like blank face like that. What's his name? What was that detective from the Justice League that had no face? Although actually I think it was a sticker, wasn't it? Wasn't it a sticker face-off situation? Question. Yeah, question. Because yeah, it was the mask. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I remember at one point like pulling it off. I could have swore at one point I remember him like pulling it off or it like peeling off. Something like that. But oh, interesting. Okay, all right, let me do these squats. He was like, yeah, he was a PI type character. He had a couple episodes where he was like, he was originally part of Detective Comics, I think, if I remember right, wasn't he? After he almost died? Yep. Oh, goodness. He's an XP? What is an XP? What are we talking about? We're nerding out right now. We're talking about the question from the Justice League, and I have to do 20 squats. So if it looks weird, I do apologize since you just popped in. Hi, Noah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I know what. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. I don't know. I still honestly don't know why the tracking is so, what's the word? Like kind of jumpy when I do the workouts. It's kind of weird. I was back when DC was like, Hazar Timmy, look, a children's book. Ah. To use them and destroy the adhesive on the mask so she could pull it off. Yep. Jumpy, that's the word we should use. Yeah. Because it's jittery. Put a legally distinct character in your story, but everyone knows who they are. Aha! Gotcha. That makes sense. Oh shit, Killer Clowns from Outer Space is free on YouTube with ads? With ads, you say? I say with like 3 ad blockers. Quick question, who do you think should be the leader of the Justice League? No one. It should be a council. You can't give a single superhero like all the power in a group of superheroes, especially one that has a fucking tower in space and a teleporter. All right, somebody shoot local. Count Quackula? Count Quackula? Count Quackula. 0711? Amazing. Fine, I'll get the gun. There you go. No, 11 seconds, you could have just deleted it. Since when did we get this one? Yesterday. And I'm pretty sure, oh no, that is a tier 1. Okay, for some reason I thought I set that one as, I swapped out some of the older emotes yesterday, and it stressed me out because I was like, wait, I like all these emotes. Oh no, I still have so many more to add in for the 2.0 debut next week. But I wanted to squeeze in some of the QB emotes. Because you can fix countries overnight and ban stuff like riots and guns and smoking. Hey, wait a second. Oh yeah, it's almost like they had an entire arc where he did that in an alternate reality. Uh-huh. Sure. It's almost like giving all the power of a superhero group to a singular person who sits at the top is a bad idea. Brick stays. Brick stays. Brick? Yeah, Brick is probably going to stay just because I don't have a whole lot of animated emotes. And I don't think I have any new animated emotes already ready to go. But I think there's some that are, yeah, like the Dumpy is technically a 2.0 animated one. The Brick is a 2.0 animated one. Wah is 2.0. The Wiggle is 2.0. We kind of threw in all of the animated ones that are safe for Twitch. I say safe for Twitch because there is another animated emote in the Discord. I blame Murphy's Law for that. He had good intentions. The writers were just jerks. Aeon, are you apologizing for authoritarian Superman? Is that what you're saying? Is that what this is? Because it's the point that having good intentions does not always lead to good results. Clearly did nothing wrong. No, not the Justice Lords did nothing wrong. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Comrade Superman. Isn't that, what is that? That's Ultra Superman, isn't it? What's one of the current arcs right now where like Wonder Woman was raised in hell Batman's a brick shit house. Red Sun, is that it? For unlisted 7 TV? Possibly could. Possibly. Yeah, he got adopted by Stalin. He crashed in the USSR instead. Although I'm trying to remember what the Superman in the Ultimate Universe is like right now. I remember he has like a cape and it's made out of something, but I don't remember what that something is. Is it like the remains of a dead star or something? Yeah, the Absolute series. That's what it is. It already is that? Only works if you have superpowers, it would seem. Yeah, but even then, none of those superpowers are like generates unlimited blah, blah, blah. With an axe, poor, and his mom is still alive? Yep. Absolute Batman would be cutting off people's arms with an axe and still say he has a no-kill rule that gives off red sun energy. Yeah, that's it. Let the had to think his way through problems. I don't like when the writers twist it with authoritarian stuff. I like the Wonder Woman design. Here, let me see if I can find it. Absolute Wonder Woman. Because she is a fantastic. Okay, that picture is not nearly big enough. Where's her and her big fuck off? That'll do. That's a good enough picture. All right. Hello? Why am I not moving? There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Look at media share. Okay, hold on. What have you done in media share? Absolute Batman meets Jonkler. Not the Jonkler. Paddle swords fucking slap. They're fucking stupid, but it's very funny. The Buster Blade is stupid as hell, and I will never understand why people like it. Absolute Jorker. Nuts, the Jonkler. Paddle swords do not fucking slap. They're fucking useless. They're the Broly of swords? Yeah, but they make no fucking sense. The people who use them should not even be able to lift them. And they're extremely impractical. But yeah, I like tattooed and armored Wonder Woman. She's great. She is fantastic, thank you. Using any weapon, it's kind of viable. I mean, yeah. She was also trained in hell, so, you know, as you do. Okay, that's the old reference chart for her. Oh, right. You can't forget that her Pegasus is also skeletal. Her Pegasus has wings, but it's entirely black bones. Normal laws of physics wouldn't apply. I think Guts must have started that trope, made some sense. Hold on. When did Berserk release? 1990? Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, maybe. I was going to say, I figured it was going to be the original Final Fantasy IV. Written and illustrated August 25th and released debuting August 25th, 1989. It got its first Tankobon volume of Berserk under Jets Comics, November 26th, 1990, over a year later. Damn. Damn. If you've got a super strength, your real concern Is the handle breaking on impact? Yeah, that's pretty much the case with that sword. One, you have to be able to lift it, which is already a superhuman feat. Hi, Lou. Was highly inspired from the Devilman franchise and basically had a very similar plot. I am not surprised. I am not surprised. Anime does kind of anime and manga do tend to run off of each other a lot, mainly because people get inspiration from other places like that. Hi, Funky. There's nothing more than a hulking mass of iron. Yeah. And it's still stupid. It's still stupid. I will stand by that. Giant swords are stupid. They only work in fiction. That is it. It can be stupid and awesome. That's true. That's why still to this day, I like the designs that people do sometimes where they give characters obnoxiously gigantic gauntlets for punching. That shit's great. If you give a tiny character gauntlets the size of like armchairs and let her punch things, I'm sold. I'm fucking sold. Here, that reminds me. I think I know a game example. Terra, what were they called? Were they brawlers? Immo brawlers. Yeah! Yeah! The brawlers, baby. Look at this dude. Also, this is what the women look like. Because this actually wasn't a gender lock class. It's goofy. It's funny. Like, even the tiny, I forget what this race was called, but even the tiny race could have brawlers, and the gauntlets were just absolutely fucking fuck off gigantic. The thing was, too, Terra did a really good job at making this, like, feel good and be really fun. This was an MMO. If y'all didn't know Terra, what Terra was a super crazy, fun MMO. Oh.
This world is what you need.
To real Ironman, Raid, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your stream? What trouble did you get into? How was Minecraft? Did you have fun playing Minecraft? What were you doing? Fortnite terrorists? Oh, Jesus Christ. Somebody shoot 7-Eleven again. Ever play the first Darksiders? You know, I don't remember if I played it or if I just seen so much about it. I know the story. Couldn't tell you. Hi, Androx. The thing, though, with when you played Terra as the brawler, it felt more like you were playing a fighting game. I wish fantastic fucking combat design for the brawler in Terra. Because you could combo and do like charge attacks, like this is one of their charge skills. Oh my god, it was so satisfying. Speaking of big fuck off weapons in this game, the gunner, anyone? How about anybody want a giant fuck off, like, I almost called this a shotgun. Let's just call it a railgun. Have a good day, Doc. Thank you for hanging out. Androx brought you here. Well, welcome in. Died in the nether multiple times. Well, how did you manage that? Did you bring a bucket of water? Did you forget the bucket of water? But God, every single person I played Terra with made it awful to play. Yeah, multi-purpose magic cannon. And you could like tumble around and throw yourself everywhere using the fucking gun. Like, the funny thing too that I noticed when I played this game, the gunner was obviously gender locked. If you can't tell, all of these are women. But the thing with putting the gun on your back is the gun shrank a lot. And it was very funny to stow the gun and pull it out again because it would go from like the back size to immediately hand size within one frame. So it was very jarring when you started getting the higher level guns that were like bigger. Use water in literal fucking hell. Yeah. Yes. Because it turns the... When you pulled it out, Hi, Potato. Never played Terra before. Final Fantasy 14 is the only MMO I've ever actually got into. Wow. That's actually not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, though. But yeah, I played Terra for a little while. I even had a buddy who was on the global leaderboard for the longest time. He was like third on the global leaderboard. I think was the highest he's ever been to. And he played Gunner almost exclusively after it came out. You've played Minecraft in Jim stream? Jim stream? What? What? Also, we're just going to go back to the chatting screen, but only so that I can pull up the words on stream. And get y'all that. And we will start that early, and we'll vibe here for a little bit. We'll take a brief little break while I go nerd out about Terra. Because now I want to go look at all the classes they had and see if I remember which ones I played. All right, what do we have here? Holy shit, phone. Mary doesn't play Minecraft. This is so sad. Y'all don't have to time out Sunstar. You can just delete the message. You fucking goofballs. All right, so let me see. These were some of the original ones that came out with the game. Archer, Berserker. Archer is exactly what it sounds like bow user. Pretty fast, good safe distance. Berserker had like a giant polearm axe, which was so cool. It was so cool. Brawler, Gunner. Lancer. Lancer is also exactly what you would expect it to be from like Monster Hunter. Giant fuck off shield, giant fuck off lance. What if I want to time out Sunstar? Not without my permission. Well, thank you for the hearts, Eamon. Coke! Coca-Cola, eh? What is that word, 7-Eleven? What is that fucking word? Hey, Coke! Mystic, cloth armored class, scepter, long range support healing capabilities. Okay. Ninja, melee DPS, uses giant shuriken to deal damage. Hell yeah, never played that one. Priest, so there was Priest and Mystic, I remember being the healers. Priest had a big staff. Reaper was dual chain scythes, which was a really cool class. The downside is they were completely limited to being played by the like gnome race, which I can't remember what they're called. Let me see if they have the name here. Okay, yeah, the name for the race isn't in here, but you basically had to play like the child-looking race if you wanted to play a Reaper. Slayer was the greatsword DPS class. Sorcerer was the first class I actually ever played. Sorcerer had like a really cool, just like floating spellcaster that you would use. That was really fun. I liked Sorcerer. What is it, Carrie? For me to remove it myself and I don't want to nuke chat to fix it? Huh? Phonetically, so I want it gone? Go delete my mistyped message. It sounds really bad. I don't know which one you want deleted. Oh, also, no, I did not know water instantly evaporated in the Nether. Okay, I think I just deleted both of them because I wasn't sure which one it was. About water in the Nether, my phone changed a lot and sounds. What? Wait, it did? I didn't even realize that. But no, I did not know water evaporates in the Nether. But yeah, okay, Valkyrie, close combat specialist, dual focus, crowd control, burst damage, Ruin Glaive. I think the Valkyrie actually came out after I stopped playing the game. In fact, I'm pretty sure it did because I don't remember this. Yeah, I don't remember this class at all, but it's pretty fucking cool looking. I like spear classes. I like spears. And then warrior, which was just dual blades. Yeah, dual blades. Okay. Can also play as a tank, keeping boss attention, blocking damage while also doing the DPS rotations. Ah, yes. Doing raids and stuff in Terra was very interesting. Sadly, though, I never had a big group to play, so I never got to experience like in-game content. All right. Put this away. Work button. Work! I have 2 questions. Does it work in the nether, but ice is fine? Does ice stay or does it melt into water? How does that work? Because again, I haven't played Minecraft. Like, I haven't played Minecraft with the intent of like finishing it. Ever. Actually, no, I think I did beat Minecraft once in my life, but it was literally right after like the Ender Dragon and stuff was added to the game. Like when that shit was brand spanking new. Ice does not melt in the nether? That's interesting. Baron tried putting water in the nether in Carnival MC nights. Is that do you want to pitch that, Sunstar? Do you want to pitch that? Do you want me to pitch that as one of the VIP bonuses? Ice doesn't melt unless it does. Yes, unless ice doesn't melt until it does. People make ice highways in the nether to zoom loads of blocks across, seeing as one block in the nether is... Oh, that's interesting, actually. Would that work, or would it be better to... What's the word? Build like a minecart, like set up there. I've seen some people before make like, what do you call them? Like nether portal. I don't know what else to call it. Nether portal. Son of a bitch. Portal networks. We'll just call them portal networks, where like they build a nether portal at basically every single like major hub, and then you go into the nether portal, and they've built like an overly complicated either like minecart, essentially like subway minecart thing that's like completely protected. Ice and boats makes you zoom so quick. I've seen some stuff. I've seen people even make animations in Minecraft using ice and boats and then image files put into pictures. I actually saw something recently. I think it was the Anka dance. I think. It's a hard think. List of VIP benefits grows by the day. Sub to VIP bonus, shoot 7-Eleven. Maybe that we can add that. There's also apparently Sunstar has made a to some degree, I suppose it is an official Dark Carnival Minecraft server. We thinking? Yeah, mc.darkcarnival.gay. Because Sunstar thinks they're a comedian. Anka in the carnival? Oh no. Oh no. The thing is, Sunstar, is I think we may sit down at some point and we may mod the server. Because I think I kind of want to get like some of those good old like horror mod packs. I think it'll be fun. I think it would be fun. We're gonna make a horror Minecraft server. It's gonna be so all over the place. Oh no. Oh no. We're thinking, but the brain is empty. The brain is empty. This is actually that's map art, not image files. It is? What? Huh. Interesting. Will Minecraft have the Ginny mod? I don't know what the Ginny mod is. We Anka day at the circus? What? I don't understand that. I don't get it. I don't, what? Okay, I'm gonna Google it, and I don't think I'm gonna like this. (7-Eleven). Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Don't you fucking :3 me. Don't you :3 me. What is up with the pictures in the back of this fucking mod page? We're gonna pretend I didn't see that. We're gonna pretend I did not see that whatsoever. Wanted to ask, but the conversating and then never goes well. I can't words. Man doesn't even Ginny mod? What the fuck are you talking about? It's vanilla, right? I was gonna say you've left it right now. It's vanilla, right, Sunstar? Right? That's the current. That is the current layout. There's no mods involved in the server right now. Ginny modded live on stream? No! She doesn't need to Ginny mod. She gets bitches. I have the wives for days, baby. I got wives for days. What do I need Ginny for? Gotta get the... What? Some regular server mod things, but nothing else, like quality of life stuff. Yeah, there's Octowife, see? Master Distiller tries cursed alcohol. This thumbnail has Peeps, Monster, and Mountain Dew in it. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that in my life. How I want wives? Biggles, you literally talked about in a server yesterday about how you have wives. You also have a husband. One husband, many wives. Oh, Jesus. But more wives so I can cook for all of you? Aww. Aww. One day you got wives, the next you don't, just the way it works. Has 2 wives chat and a creature? I have more than 2 wives. I don't have the list here. Faye, Sai, Jane. 2 ex-wives in capitalism. And catwife, Hanedu. One day you got wives, the next you don't. 2 wives. All right. 1 for each color of the rainbow. Purple, green. Well, green's technically not on the rainbow. And 2 of them are green. 2 of them are green. I don't know all the wives you got. I'm sorry, but that spin emote is so cute as he's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Del Rainbow Wives? Oh no. Oh no. All right, get out the pride flag. Get out the pride flag. Lovecraftian Wizard of Oz horror film. Yellow Brick Road? Is that what it's called? What the fuck? What the fuck? American Spin. I mean, we have the ball. Oh, whoops! I did not mean to do that. That like moved, and I was trying to click on the emote that Sunstar put, but it's like it's so fucking low down. Okay. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. All the skins. It's a weird little movie. I've never seen it. Me and Simon with the same brain cell. Whee! My one fear. What, getting pinned? Hi, fake nudes. How are you doing? Also, hold on. I'm kind of leaning forward for some reason. Let me do a quick thing. All right. I have Yuri and Yaoi emotes, if that counts. What does that mean? What does that mean? What are Yuri and Yaoi emotes? Getting pinned. Oh my god. Okay. But I'm sorry. I just saw Papa Meat's thumbnail for his video on AI Tech Bros, and it made me laugh because the face is kind of terrifying. All right. I have this chicken. That is a nice chicken. Chickens are quite nice. Oh! Oh yeah, that'll do it. A Shinpai emote? That is... is that... I'm pretty sure that's Joe Cat. I'm pretty sure that's Joe Cat. I don't recognize the 2 in the Yuri one, though. How am I doing? The words of the great poet. It's just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. Everything's fucked and everything sucks. A wonderful day for the gays. Gays stay winning. Gays stay winning. But... all right, chat. Do we want food or do we want resin? And no, you can't eat the resin. No, you're not allowed to eat the resin. Woodlands National Park, analog horror. Oh. Oh. Crunchy resin? No, I'm not saying you should try hard enough. I'm saying I'm not allowing you to eat the resin. I'm sure you fucking could if you nod hard enough. I will drink it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Losing so many games, not been gay enough to win them? Exactly. Exactly. We already have microplastics in this. What's a little bit more? Does that count as macroplastics? What the fuck is this? Wait, did I miss it? Did Doki Bird go play Visage? That's hilarious. I bet that was funny as fuck. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just stick right now with what I have open. All right, chat. Who wants to see a dude encase a play button in resin? Because I'm very curious to see how this is going to go. It's been a long time since we've looked at resin videos. So, yoink. Yoink. It's hip to be square. All right. Yeah, Huey Lewis in the news, baby. I found that music quite derivative. Anyway. Welcome to Hobby Time.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time.
Oh god,
I just
this is
got
loud.
this
This is
package
loud.
in the mail. It's a little gift from YouTube.
Oh my god, the mail?
And while it may have been shipped to me and signed by just one person, let's be honest, it represents a gift that was given to me by a lot more.
I will have
than
one
just
of you
person
one
on
day as soon as
YouTube.
I get over my
And
fear of
course,
making
the people that I
videos.
need to thank are all of you.
Because recording is
Because
terrifying.
this plaque and receiving it was a group effort, I decided to do something special with it.
Dude
I'm
on
gonna be turning
queso
it
play
into a
button?
piece of
What?
art that represents the last 5 years of my time on the platform and everything that I have loved about it, and hopefully everything that you've loved about it as well. And mixed in with the
Co-recording?
footage of the
Oh
build,
no, I'll
also
get
be doing a
distracted.
shop tour and giving a little bit more
I'll
of
get
the
very
story of how
easily
I got into
distracted.
YouTube. Starting with the workspace itself, here on the left I have my tool chest,
Hi,
which holds
Coco.
most of my most important tools,
Come here, Stinky.
as well as a sticker collection and brush collection and some miniatures from
All
my
right, I have a
upcoming art
stinky dog
continue.
over here.
The cryptid handkerchief that you see on the wall.
Oh,
is
hey, those
from
are, I think those are the
Japan.
paints
They
I
are
have
not
that
all
are shoved in those little
Japanese
holes there.
cryptids, but that was sent to me by Stetson Studio. After that, I have
Japan?
all of my airbrush
Japanese,
paints and some dice
wait,
from the
American
Millennium
cryptids
Falcon,
in
which I
Japanese.
picked up from Galaxy's Edge in February of 2020.
Coco, you
To start
sat
the
down. I
project,
can't reach you
thought
so
through
much
what I
now.
should add to the base, and of course, I had to choose the obvious ones. Like
I think about it,
paintbrush,
purple heart thing.
canvas,
I don't think
and
we're
all the
even like
rest of the hobby
5%
time
of the way there,
essentials.
guys.
Moving
The
along
first
shelf,
award is a
there are
lot
more
further
minis
away than
from
you
my
think.
game, but this time printed at
It's
a playable scale,
it's a
as
lot.
well as my legendary display bullet. After that is all of my
Display
Citadel paints,
bullets.
followed by a collection of all my favorite glue.
One
Along with the
half
handkerchief
scale
on my wall,
revolver?
I have
A
G.I. Joe
half scale
schematic that was
revolver?
sent to me by Craftsman. I have the original poster from my collaboration with Tinu,
Oh.
Catastrophe, and a print that was sent to me by Gamey Builds. Growing up, I always
Jerome.
had so many creative outlets and hobbies. Just couldn't get enough.
Okay,
of
I
them.
see a
I was always
resistor,
picking up new
various
things to
figures.
entertain myself.
Are those moose
But
antlers?
life got really busy, and in 2019, I really had no creative outlets left. So my wife noticed this.
All right, so what I
and
hear
that
is
that was a big
it's-
part of my life that was missing.
It was time
So she
to
told me I needed
start
to find
slurping the
something
resin.
creative to do again.
Do
I
people still get the
realized
Twitch
that she
partner
was right,
hoodie?
So after looking online,
You
I
can
saw
buy
that
it.
Star
I don't think
Wars
they're given
Legion,
away
the
anymore.
new Star Wars war game had been released, and
Oh, okay, those
I
were
decided
LED
to ask for
filaments.
that for
That's that
Christmas,
other one was that I
which
called a
revived my
resistor.
love
Because I don't
for
know my shit.
wargaming, which is a hobby that I had not really touched since high school. In anticipation of
The
playing
first
the game,
airbrush.
I decided to make a gaming board with a crashed Tantive 4. And on the
Oh.
whim, I decided to film the whole thing and post it on YouTube. I didn't expect it to go anywhere, but I thought, hey,
Pogo
what's the
pins?
worst that could happen? That was my first video, which I posted on January 2nd.
Resin time! Yeah, resin time.
When I film my projects, I have a
Steppin'
monitor
time, steppin'
on
time.
the right that shows me what the camera sees.
The
And when I'm filming, it
tunnel.
usually sits right here. But if I have a top-down shot, I'll put it on here. And I also have a workspace behind me and a
Oh.
mount on the ceiling for my larger projects.
Homie's got his
Pretty much
entire
everything I'm gluing to
basement
this
decked
play
out
button
for recording. I like
represents
this.
a project
I
that
like
done.
this.
It's supposed to kind of be like an
It's
I
super slow
Spy
motion.
type
Ah,
thing.
yes. It's time to watch. It's time
If
to
you
watch the
see
resin
something in
dry
there
in
that triggers
live
a
in
memory of
live
yours, Let me
action.
know in the comments. I would like to see that.
It's gonna
To the
take
right of where I sit,
48
you
plus
can see my
hours.
very unorganized shelf of
All right,
glues
chat,
and
brand new
terrain
watching
paints,
paint
and
dry
anything that comes in
stream.
kind of a larger quantity. And then after that, you have my Dremel.
Well, we're gonna watch.
drill
We're gonna
press
see if
and
we can
my
find a video on
off-camera
resin
bandsaw,
cooling.
followed by my 3D printing station and my shelf with way too many model
Ah, yeah,
kits,
two
most of which are
Anycubics,
missing
okay.
parts, that have been
I thought for a
added to
second that one on the
projects.
right was an
That's it for the
Elegumars, because that's
working
what
part
mine
of the
is.
studio. I'll
But
show
mine
you
still
the
hasn't
other
come out
part
of its box.
in a minute.
And it's not going
After I
to
started
until
the
I
channel,
move,
I didn't
because I haven't
necessarily
had
want it
space
to
here
get
and I haven't had
stuck
space in my
on
last
wargaming.
apartment.
I wanted it to branch out into other interests, potentially, like music or
Oh Jesus.
saltwater aquariums, neither of which have happened. But when lockdown started,
Saltwater
in March of
aquariums.
2020, that was when I really
Listen,
decided to
okay,
invest into
saltwater
the
like
channel.
livescape
I
aquariums
didn't
are
wanna
so
waste the
fucking cool,
lockdown
dude.
time that I had at home, so I set the goal of
Chat,
posting one video a
we
week
should
for the
not
whole
get into
duration
that
of the
special
lockdowns,
interest I had
which
back when
I
COVID
achieved,
kicked off.
with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 weeks. Forcing
Ah,
myself
yes.
to put out a video a week
Yes,
meant that
pulling
I had to
apart the
release
Plex.
video
It's so
whether the project
fantastic.
looked perfect or not.
So
And that was
fantastic.
really good for me. I wanted to learn new skills with this channel, like electronics,
Oh.
video editing, shooting,
Immediately
recording,
flick
how to
something
pour
off.
resin, and so on. And those time crunches forced me to focus on just the
Drinking, because that was
essentials
mine.
and then learn from
That was your hobby during
I
COVID.
don't think I will
During
do
the COVID
weekly
shutdown?
posting schedule
Drinking?
forever, but
That was my
I'm really
roommate's
glad that I
hobby.
set that restriction on myself at the beginning. The silicone needs
Mine was
24
going to
hours
the
kill, so while that
apartment
does,
gym
let's get back to
because
the tour. On the shelves above my model kits
prop
and 3D
revolver.
printers, I keep most of my wild imaginary West dioramas. And as you
Ooh.
can see, I am running out of space, which is actually the main reason.
Oh
that I have
no!
not
Wait! We watched this one, this sulfur pool one, and the downside is now after it's like fully set, it doesn't have the get that shit out of here. Not Sunstar, sorry. 7-Eleven. You can see the fucking layers where he poured it once and then poured it again. Damn it. Damn it.
Not added to the 1 to 7.
And there's the moose monster coming out of the swamp. I remember these. We watched these on stream.
And I would like to have it all fully laid out, but it won't fit in this space. Which does lead me to
the circus.
another fun point which
Essential
I will
worker
talk
life
about
turned me
in a
into a
minute.
borderline alcoholic.
24 hours
I
later, the
was lucky I
silicone
worked
cured,
at a nice
so I
workplace
sprayed a mold
that
release
even
onto
whenever
the
they,
inside of it,
in Texas, when they
and
were
then I polished
passing,
up that mirror finish on the
yeah,
play button
essential
itself.
workers. Our
And after
business was
that,
like,
it was time to mix up
this is an
the first
entertainment
batch
center.
of
Fuck no,
resin.
we're not essential.
About 6
Essential,
months into
and so they
doing
shut
YouTube,
down.
3 of which
And they made sure
I had
to
my weekly
fire all
posting
of us.
scheduled.
They made us like fill
I
out
had
termination
gained around
paperwork
600
because they didn't know when we were coming back.
I was
And it
also
was just like,
posting a
we want to
photo
make
of
sure
all
y'all
of
can
my
get
projects
unemployment.
over on Reddit at the time, and one of those posts made it to #1.
And
on
when they
all of
reopened
Reddit
again,
for
they
the
just
day.
like called
To my
everyone.
knowledge,
But at that point, I'd
nobody had
graduated.
broken a light bulb and used the filaments from the inside as miniature lightsabers and blaster bolts.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, I was able to find an alternative, which was 3-volt filaments from AliExpress. which
Vacuum
I've used
chamber.
since.
Y'all actually bought me a vacuum
After that
chamber. I still
post
have
went
it.
Viral. My channel got its first big bump.
There's the
from
downside though with the
600
vacuum
to
chamber
1,000
now.
subscribers,
While I have it
and that's what really got the
here,
ball rolling.
it's probably
It was
going
at
to
that
cost
same
more than the
time that I
vacuum
also
chamber's
went on a
worth
trip
to ship
the
it
Black
to
Canyon
Norway.
of the Gunnison with my wife, where I came up with the
Ooh.
idea for the Wild Imaginary West. After the resin had been degassed, it was time to pour it into my bits box.
Just right on the bulb. I'm kind of curious to see with all these items in here, because if anybody doesn't know, when resin starts to cure, it releases a lot of heat, because yay, chemical reactions.
With the resin poured, I tended to the surface with a butane torch for a couple hours, and after that, I left it for 3 days to cure fully.
Sorry,
While we
I
wait
was
for this to
listening to
cure,
him.
I'll give you the rest of the tour of my space.
And I
Most
brain
of the
farted
rest
what I
of
was
this
talking
video,
about. Son
I
of a
scripted
bitch!
what I wanted to say, but in this section, I just wanted to talk off the cuff,
Yeah.
like you were in the studio getting a tour from me.
I mean, they're all still in their boxes and stuff, but
this
it's like,
section actually is to
they're
answer
heavy.
a question that I get all the time,
ooh.
which is, what do you do with all of these dioramas when you're done? And that's a fair
Beeps.
question because
Sir, there's a
I
straight
honestly
fish on
don't
your
know
under your
anybody else who
shelf.
has as many dioramas.
I don't think he's supposed to be there.
And that's
Is that
not
a giant
necessarily a good
rabbit?
thing. But I keep them all on this shelf. These shelves, I should say. I wish I had
Ooh.
a nicer display for them. The goal
Okay, I
is
hadn't
to
seen that
create
tank one.
a
That tank
nicer
one's actually
display
really
for them
cool.
at some point, hopefully
Oh yeah, the
soon.
endothermic reaction of resin.
But as of right
If you're
now, they
ever
all just
near
sit
like
here
resin while it's curing, you can
my
actually feel the
workspace
heat come off of it.
on shelves. Right here
So when
can
you
see
do
my 100,000
larger
subscriber
projects,
special, and this
that
one,
like
which I
heat
borrowed an
release and
X-Wing
stuff
from,
can often cause, which is where you
for
get like bubbles in
today's
weird
build.
places.
is actually the only video that I have ever had to take down.
Oh?
Universal demonetized that video because I used a clip from Top Gun where I had
Oh,
swapped out
okay, yeah, that'll
the
do it.
jet for Star Wars stuff, but
That'll
apparently
do it.
didn't qualify as parody to them. Speaking of Star Wars stuff, I have quite a bit of it on this
Didn't
shelf,
qualify as parody.
along with a
Yeah, who
rocket
would've
and a
fucking
few other
thought
things that I
Disney
did
being
as collaborations.
sticklers.
Including this guy from last year's Big
Gather
Bot
round,
Bash,
chat. The
which
resin is drying. Cats
I think
sitting
season
directly around the
2 is coming
campfire.
soon. And up at the top, we have the Witch King of Angmar.
It's the bigger
Who I
the
think
resin
it's for fun.
project, the longer it takes to
General
cool, and
Grievous,
two, the more heat you
jumping
can
on a
typically
clone
feel coming
trooper.
off of it.
And then in the back, we have
It's
my
not going to be
Statue of
like, you're not
Liberty
going to feel like
versus
heat
Tyrannosaurus
rapidly
Rex.
rising off of it, but
supposed
it'll
to
be.
be Tyranny versus Liberty.
Oh,
I thought that was more funny than it is. And speaking of funny,
listen, I like Plasma
I've
Beam
interacted
Statue of
with
Liberty.
a lot of different fandoms on this channel. And the one that takes the cake in
Ooh.
terms of its zeal for accuracy are the ship people. This
Wait, the
video
ship people?
received a ton of corrective criticism, which was valid, but I guess I'm just used to really
Oh,
chill Star
okay,
Wars
okay,
and
okay,
Lord of the
okay.
Rings fans.
He means people that
Moving
are like
over to this
fucking
smaller
sticklers.
shelf, I have my
The
Battle of
history of
Five
people that like
Armies
boots.
spoof. And below that is my collaboration that I did with Hero Forge, which was one of the most fun dioramas I've ever put together.
Ooh.
If you didn't see this video, I think it's pretty fun, and you should go back and watch it.
Is
And
that
heading
dude
over
shooting
to
a
the left
laser with
here,
his
we have
shield, or is he
my
deflecting
HO
a laser with
mounted
his shield?
railroad, which I will have to disassemble at some point because it does not fit out the door. Up above on the
I'll
bookshelf
salvage as much as I can.
the rest
Oh
of
no,
my
this sounds like
smaller
Zozo
dioramas,
having to take apart her train
and
tracks.
also my collection of kendamas.
Ooh. Damn.
And there are the rest of the dioramas. If you didn't see one, it's probably because
Marshmallows
it's in a
toasted over a
different place
resin
in the
cure
house,
very
or
slowly.
I'm
They would
giving
not.
them away.
It's not enough heat.
And
It's
that
not
is the
enough
end
heat. Like you would notice the
of my
heat more
studio
in like
tour.
a cold room.
And by this time, the resin is ready for round 2. The first pour turned out really nice. There were no bubbles.
I can
There
see
was
waves
a slight
though.
bit of waviness. I
Yeah.
hadn't really thought about sealing everything before pouring the resin, but I could tell that it was interacting strangely with a few of the different materials that were included in my bits box. After the second
Yeah,
batch
that's
of
what I was
resin
gonna
had been
say. With the
mixed up
number,
and
that's what I was
poured
saying
on top
earlier.
of
With
the
like, it's
first,
gonna be interesting to see how much
tended to
bleed
the
there is,
surface
and if
again
any of these
using a
items
torch, popping what few bubbles
release
remained. I
oh,
let
what do you
that
call it?
cure
Just
for
release any of their
72
paints and
hours.
stuff.
After my
Drinkable
nice
res.
long
Do
wait,
not
the
drink
resin was finally
resin.
hard, but
The
I
word
left
you
the
are
window
looking for
open in the
to if you want to
studio
drink something that's
to cool it
edible
down so that
is
the resin
melted
would not
sugar.
overheat and crack. But I think it actually got a little too cold, and the resin didn't have the heat it needed to cure fully,
Uh-oh.
which led to some difficulties removing the acrylic, and it also led to some imperfections around the sides. I did run out of time for this video though, so I just had to go for it. Later on, once it is fully cured, I will chamfer the edges with my router. I'll polish it up a little bit, and I'll pour one more
My
finishing
router,
coat
that
of
sir, that is a
resin
box
over top.
cutter.
And
You
I
can't
will
lie to me.
record
I
that
know a
and post
box
it
cutter
at
when I see
some
one.
later time. But for
Drink
now,
thick
I'm
water.
gonna call
Yeah,
this
go
a
drink thick water. Don't drink actual resin. Now there's more bubbles! Although the light bulb actually looks kind of interesting in there. The kind of interesting though, I think it's because of like the glass and metal. It looks like it has like a whole ass bubble around
Thank
it.
you all so much for getting me to 1 million subscribers. I know the
It's
numbers
still pretty
don't
cool.
really matter,
It's
but
still pretty
I'm
cool.
honored that so many of you would take time to watch, comment, and encourage me.
No, I know
in
drinkable
this
water. I know
hobby
thick
time.
water is the thing.
Hopefully,
It's for people who
sparks
have
some
like,
inspiration and creativity.
oh damn it, I can't remember the
for you as
condition.
well. As you could probably
Basically, they
tell
struggle to
from
drink
my
regular
studio
water,
tour, I basically
so they
run
have
out
to
of
drink
space
something
where
that's
I am,
like
which is
that's
unfortunate,
basically
but
much
also
thicker, so that it can get
exciting.
down into their
The
system without
principle that
them.
I've
I think
been
like
using
coughing
since
it up
day
is the
one on this
issue.
channel has been to not upgrade until I've maximized and outgrown what I currently have. Providentially, a new studio possibility has opened up, and I will hopefully begin building that very soon. I'd like that studio to be a canvas for
Is that for
cooler
Asia or something like that?
and longer
Maybe.
projects.
Excess
The
free
last 5
time?
years
What
have
do you
been a
mean?
blast, and I'm really looking forward to everything that
This is what we
comes
should be doing to
in
annoying
the
people,
next
steal them
five.
away in resin.
Huge
Well, you're gonna
shout
have to
out,
get them
as
to not
always,
move
to
for
my
like
patrons.
48
You
hours.
guys are the best.
And if you're
Have an awesome week, everyone.
cooling
I'll
enough
see you next
resin, we're taking your thick water. No, my thick water. I need it to stay thick, because otherwise it's just. Chat, is this what you want for stream? Is this what this has become? Is this it? Dysphagia. Okay. Thwatter. Thwatter. Packs. Also, wait a second. Okay, I was misunderstanding that emote. I saw the knife, but I thought the heart thing that's actually an eye was a nose for some reason. No, let them move and try it out. It'll add some unpleasantness to the build. Huh. iClass flash freeze resin? That doesn't work like that. The thickest water? Ice. Munches on ice, just crouch, crouch, crouch. Oh, what? Why are you blue screening? What's that? It's just. Anyway, I have made my bit. There we go. Fantastic. I thought there were hands in the, but it was just hair. Oh no. Wait, where did you think there were? Oh, well, I can't quite see where you would think the hands are in that emote. But I mistake emotes all the time. When I get on a plane, is it the Windows off or the Windows error? Faye, do you not like transportation? Are you okay? Is it heights? It's the plane? It's the elevators? We're gonna put Faye in a baby Bjorn anytime we have to go in an elevator. Forced Windows shutdown? Oh yeah. It's like, oh God, what is the medicine that like parents used to give their kids for like long road trips and stuff? I think it was like a cold medicine that would just make like kids super groggy, so that like kind of like makes them go to sleep. We're gonna have to start sedating. We're gonna sedate Faye when we travel. I care not for heights. No. Damn. No Sears Tower road trip with Faye. No, it's not Benadryl. It was something else. It was something a little stronger than the drowsiness that comes from Benadryl.
It's all about context.
It's also the same kind of things that some parents like give babies when they go on planes.
Think it was cute, maybe even
so that the babies don't cry.
But if you saw it as a 1 to 35th scale human,
I just need anxiety meds. Oh boy.
This video is about a story of a close encounter that some friends of mine had with a giant alligator.
Okay, we're kind of inflating the alligator here because even the biggest alligator alive isn't that big for scale. Heights are fine except for the last two.
Welcome back to Hobby Time. I started this build using an acrylic sheet with the hard surface at the bottom of the diorama.
Please tell me that was not like a falling. That was not a falling joke.
I peeled the paper
It feels
off
like
the
it was a
foam
falling
core and trimmed it
joke.
down to the size of the acrylic, which was too big for this tiny giant alligator. I took that off camera and I cut it down to a more reasonable size. With a piece of acrylic
Reasonable.
that was the right size, I re-sliced the foam board and began making the bank. To get some nice clean cuts on this XPS foam, I'll be using my hot wire table. I sliced the sheets down to size, and while I have the
It's always funny when you see a hot wire table or stuff like this. They always look like they're old as shit.
When you have
Like,
your
I don't
fingers
expect to
so
find them
close to that extremely hot
in modern
blade,
hobbies. I expect
do
to
you
find
ever
them in
burn
like
your
an
fingers?
old teacher's lounge.
Well, I mean, sometimes, but
Oh,
if you react fast enough, it actually does nothing. Once the pink foam had a nice
okay.
right
I was about to
angle,
say
it
it
was
stressed
time
me
to
out for a
cut
second.
nice
I've never
long
used a
angle.
hot wire,
I wanted
so
this
I got
section
nervous.
to look like the undercut bank of a river or lake, so I cut the foam accordingly.
Oh.
In addition to the hot wire table, I used my handheld hot wire, a rotary tool, and a butane torch to give the foam a more organic shape that it needed.
Okay.
I may be a bit cavalier with my fingers around hot wires, but I'm not cavalier with my lungs around foam dust and fumes. Have
Smart.
a window open and a fan
Smart.
blowing, and definitely wear a respirator.
Gotta run. Have a good day,
With
Rowan.
the
Thank you
shape
for
of the
hanging
bank
out.
cut, I could now glue the pink foam
What
layers
time
to
is
the
it?
thin
Okay,
white foam
1:38.
layer on the bottom. And I was about
Well,
to glue
actually,
that
technically
to the acrylic
1:35.
sheet, and I remembered I needed the acrylic to stay nice and clean for a later step, so I set that aside and I moved over to the terrain texturing instead.
I needed to
I
stay
started
nice
with
and
a full
clean.
coat of
Puts it
Mod
right in the
Podge, followed
workspace
by
where I'm
some
doing a
sand
bunch of
and
stuff that
pebbles
would be
from a
qualified as
pre-made
dirty.
terrain mix. With that stuck in place, I coated everything with isopropyl alcohol, and I saturated the entire thing with watered down
Wait, that's
white
not what I
glue.
wanted to click. What is that
I cleaned up
emote?
what remained of the sand.
Oh, it's a
and then
flex
time
emote.
for some
Okay.
sculptable.
The arms just looked kind
I
of
mixed
weird.
up just enough to coat the pink area, and I smeared that over the whole surface until it had been covered with an earth texture.
Struggling with words too, bud, aren't
Before
you?
moving
Can we
on with the base,
can we get
I needed
a
all of
Baron
the
Go
wet
Strong?
stuff
I
to
want
dry,
one. I
so
want one
set
at some
that
point.
aside.
It's just
I
I'm
put my
stuck between the
leftovers in
ideas
the
of like
fridge,
a flex
and I moved over
emote
to the
or
The alligator is a beautiful sculpt
like something
from
similar to like
Maya
star
Pontic,
peas and bunches
and the
where it's
figures
just
were all
like the
designed by
massively
me
armed
using
goofy
hero footage.
emotes.
After throwing the humans on a painting base, it was time to prime everything
What?
black. And
What,
while I
Jacob?
paint these, I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of my patrons.
Here, also
So like I said at the beginning, the inspiration for this diorama came from some friends of mine. Andrew, Matthew,
oh, hold on, my
Nick,
mouse
and
sensitivity
Lucas.
got messed
They
up.
told me they had a
There we
great
go. I was like, why
idea
is my
for a
mouse
diorama
zooming everywhere?
Inspired by a true story of theirs. They said they were out camping as a family near a body of water. I don't remember if they said it was
Camping
a
near a body
lake
of water,
or a
that's totally
river,
fine.
But they knew that alligators were present, and they were told not to be too close to the water. But they went down to
That
the
is
water and they
a
were having a grand old time.
licking
And to their dad's
emote.
horror, a giant alligator came shooting out of the water and it ate them. Naturally, I did a double take. Said, sorry, wait. I don't think I heard you correctly. Could you say that again? They said, yeah. The alligator came shooting out of the water and it ate us.
Huh?
I don't think I understand fully. This is a true story? Well, it's a true story about our dad's dream.
Oh.
And the alligator was probably 100 or 300 feet long. Could you turn that into a diorama?
Yeah, the context.
I like the
I was
idea.
like,
I'll definitely consider it.
Can you imagine hearing somebody talk about a fucking story and they're like, yeah, I got eaten by an alligator. It's just, elaborate? Pardon? Oh, Christ. This is the most cursed emote I have. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kira has some pretty cursed emotes. Kira has some pretty cursed emotes. But I got better. Okay. Just like, do you have like a scar or like, are you missing a limb that I've never noticed? Or like, what's going on here? Being a picture per frame, it's one diorama.
I don't know if I can make
Yep.
the alligator 100 or 300 feet long, but I might.
Listen, unfortunately,
turn that into a diorama.
instead,
And
if
here
you
we
have a
And I
motion
probably missed a
diorama,
lot
that
of
is
the
instead
important
called
details,
stop
but this
motion.
diorama is my interpretation of their true story about their dad's dream. After the minis had been painted,
The
it was
true
time
story
to
about their
prime
dad's
the
dream.
base,
Oh.
which had fully dried. I gave it a quick coat of some greens and browns.
It had fully
and
dried.
all
I
the
don't know.
colors that
Those
you'd
clips don't
see
look like they dried
on the
properly.
bottom of a lake or a river. And it looks a little bit plain
I don't
now,
know about that.
but I will be sprucing things up with some plant life a little later on.
Listen, it's just
And
the
in order
base.
to protect
It's just the
acrylic
base, guys.
paint
Don't
from
worry
bleeding
about it.
into the
It's
resin,
just the
I took
base.
the base and the alligator outside and gave them a clear coat of matte varnish. It was now the right time to
Varnish?
glue the foam down to the acrylic base and assemble the rest of the enclosure that will hold the epoxy resin. I used silicone adhesive to glue
Okay.
everything together, and I did make a bit of a mistake with
All
this.
streams are just really fast
I
stuff.
made
So
the
glad you've
bottom
learned
acrylic
your
piece
place,
a little
chat.
too small, and you'll see why that's a problem in a minute. After all four sides of the acrylic dam were in place and sealed with
What?
the silicone, I
Hello?
reinforced the problem areas
My
that
ears?
I had already seen as a result
Ow.
of the small base size.
Please help.
By throwing on
Pain.
a glob of silicone in each corner, which I hoped would be sufficient.
I hope this will be
Spoiler
fine.
alert.
It's not. It
might
never
not be.
is.
The next day,
it
once
could
the
be. It
silicone
could
had
be.
cured, it was time to
but
glue the alligator and some greenery in place.
also could
The
not be,
greenery
and that
was
could be
provided by
catastrophic.
Diorama Persepe, which was gifted to me like 2 years ago, and I still
Oh.
have yet to get through it. I
Perceiving.
picked out the microgreens that looked like they'd be found in the same water you'd find a microgiant alligator. I snipped them into little pieces and glued
A
them
tiny
to the
giant
bottom
alligator.
of
A
the
micro giant alligator.
With the underwater plant and animal life in place, it was time to pour the resin. I'll be
Okay.
using a deep pour 2-part epoxy resin for this. And luckily with this diorama, the measurements
It's always
are
funny
pretty
how quickly
straightforward.
a pour becomes
No
deep pour
weird
as opposed to like
geometry
any
or
type of
rice
shallow
to figure
pour.
out how much I need. I
Because
did
sometimes
mix
when you
up
use
more
regular
than I needed,
resin,
though, because I want
they
to
cure
replenish
under
my molded rock
mostly air,
collection.
and they only cure up to a
After
certain
dosing
depth.
out 24 ounces
So you
of
end
hardener
up with like a
and
hard
48
bubble
ounces
of liquid
the
resin inside
I
hard
mixed everything
resin.
together in a big bucket with
It's not
a
fun.
paddle
It's not
and a
fun.
drill.
It's that fish.
After the first round of mixing, I threw in some alcohol ink and gave it another
Mm-hmm,
whirl. I made sure not to overdo the opacity because
Y'all also bought me alcohol ink off of Throne. I still have that.
Solids
That's another
in
one of the things
resin
that I'm
pot.
gonna have to box up.
After a thorough mixing, it was
How's
time
your
for
resin pour
debubbling
game?
in the vacuum chamber. The lower pressure
Subpar.
in the vacuum pot allows the
Yeah, I'm gonna
bubbles
go
to
with subpar.
expand and rise to the surface where they can pop. And it rids all of the micro bubbles that are in the resin itself.
I have no idea how it
You
works,
also
to be honest.
theoretically use the
fucking
same
sorcery.
technique to decarbonate
Sorcery,
your
I
friend's
say.
sodas in a matter of seconds. If they didn't see you grab their soda and put it in the vacuum chamber, which would be
Wait, what?
Quite they didn't see to decarbonate your friend's sodas in a matter of seconds. If they didn't see you grab their soda and put it in the vacuum chamber.
Wait, that's
which would be
hilarious.
Quite a unique.
Wait. That's hilarious. I hadn't thought of that. Wait, that'd be funny as fuck. Baron shipping alcoholic ink. It's made with alcohol. It's not like something you can drink and get drunk with. Oh, that's mean. I like it. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Who tried to kill me because they gave me uncured 3D prints? Basically uncured resin shells? Oh.
With the resin nice and bubble free.
Those are numbers.
And I already
Can you
know
speak in
what
chat
you're
so I know
saying.
that you're a real
if the resin
person?
was so bubble free, then why am I seeing so many bubbles?
Because you didn't
The answer
seal the
is
base.
Nobody knows. I'm just kidding. Those are air bubbles that were trapped in the elements that I just submerged, not the micro bubbles that were suspended in the resin itself. Very different kind of bubbles.
Hi, 13.
And this is where that small base size came back to bite me.
There it is.
I hadn't
There's
given
the
myself
spill.
enough
Told you it wasn't
surface
going to
area
work. Hi, Zozo.
to create a consistent bead, but I was able to go back and put more silicone on those spots, which luckily prevented.
Also, if y'all can't hear the rumbling,
I watched the
sounds like
bubbles as they came
SpaceX
to the
is testing
surface, and I
rockets
popped them
again.
with a butane torch, and I left that for 72 hours.
It's because my
And
house
while we
is
wait for the
rumbling.
next 72 hours, please enjoy the
Also,
time
hold on a
with
second.
these close
Coco is
encounters
inside,
made
so
by
I
my
need to go
patrons
close the
who
door
complete
since
our
she's not
challenge.
going out. So give me just a second. I'm going to go schlump for a second. Okay, that rocket test was so much like heavier than it usually is, to the point where, hold on a second, there we go. To the point where the display cases in my dining room were fucking rattling when I walked past them. What channel is this?
Thanks again to
Boily
everyone who
Hobby
participated
Times.
last month.
Boily Hobby
With
Times.
72 hours now
B-O-I-L-E-I.
behind us, the resin was fully cured. However, there was a bit of warping on the surface, which probably means it got a little warm because I didn't have it in a cold enough place.
Correct.
But that'll all be evened out with some surfacing effects in a minute. The acrylic was a little stubborn and required some extra persuasion from a heat
Finagling.
gun,
Some
which made the peeling
finagling.
process almost painless. I did burn my fingers a few times, so it was not completely
They have art
painless.
challenges up my alley? Hell
After cleaning
yeah.
up the edges with a nice sharp blade, I threw some static tack.
As
and
much as
static
he makes me
grass
jealous,
on
that's
the
understandable.
shore.
That's
It's very
understandable.
important that the resin is
Anytime I
fully
watch
cured
these, I just
before
think about
doing
how much
this.
I want to make dioramas.
The grass will never, ever come off the water. After the grass, it was time for some ripples. I used some water ripples effects from Woodland Scenics, which requires a bit of attention to achieve the level of texture that
I've
you're
seen some
after.
people do it with
Right out of the pot, it is pretty
use
thin,
this where
and
it's
likes
the
to
fucking
self-level.
it's this
Just have to
special
watch it
water
over
ripple
time,
stuff. But I've
and at
also
the
seen
very
people
end, you can
use it
smooth out with some isopropyl alcohol.
what is it? The
Next, it was time to clean up the
clear
mildly nasty sides of the foam
it's
using some
is it
wooden
Mod
veneer,
Podge?
which
I want to say there's
cut
like a
out
clear version of Mod
to the shape of the
Podge.
shore, and
that
then
I've seen
painted
some
with
people
black
use
for
before.
Pinto. I considered just staining the wooden veneer, but I decided to paint it black because I wanted it to match the little rim, which I painted outside using some spray paint. With that, the base was done, and the last thing
Okay.
to do was to add the little
Okay.
family.
On Sugarcane Railways, I dreaded the dock scene. Good luck. He dreading the dock scene. The dock scene's not gonna be too bad.
After all the boys were in
It's
their
shock.
positions,
It's my brain. It's like
called it
simple
good.
once you know what you need to do to get certain textures and stuff. Yeah, clear Mod Podge. PVA glue. I've seen glue. I've seen. Okay, those bubbles actually kind of add to it. Just the right amount of bubbles, unless he photoshopped it out, because he does do that. He does specifically say that he sometimes photoshops out imperfections, which I always think is funny.
That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Huge
I don't like
shout
making
out,
water.
as
I love
always, to my
making water.
patrons. You guys
I like
are
looking
the
at
best.
water in
Have an awesome
dioramas.
week,
They're
everyone.
so
I'll
cool.
see you next time.
They're so cool. All right. Chats, do we do more resin or do we go on to food? Because today's a palate cleanser day. We have to do enjoyable hobby things. And yes, food is a hobby. I want to make a diorama like this, but raw. Oh, that'd be so cool. That would be so cool. Feed, 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 feed. Now replace the alligator with Shrek. You could. You could. Isn't resin food? No! Well, okay, maybe if like you're using candy, because you can make like the equivalent of like dioramas and stuff using like candy and confectionery. Oh, do we want to do that? Do we want to do cakes? put that in to-do list, a hunt-themed diorama once I'm able to move around again reliably. Yeah, that'd be awesome. You could actually send that to, like, send pictures of it to Crytek. And I am extremely confident that they would shill it. I'm certain that they would shill it. Sugar art is bananas. Sugar art is bananas. This shit is bananas. All right, chat. Usually a lot of things that we watch here in terms of food, it seems like y'all are finding like food and stuff, but I'm kind of curious now. Let's see if we can find, here, let me see if I can find something really quick. What the fuck? I hate that. Hate that. Okay, maybe I looked up the wrong thing. Yeah, I think I definitely like looked up the wrong thing. Because now it's just all candy. Let me see if I can find something else. No, I don't want to see a Morigushin. I don't want to watch him make weirdly uncomfortable cakes. What was that channel I used to watch? That did like gelatin desserts. Y'all remember the one, right? The one that had like the very sterile looking kitchen. Is it Boon Bake? I think it's Boon Bake. But give me a minute. Give me a minute. As a hobby, though, literally anything kind of can be a hobby. Watching movies can be a hobby. Correct. Correct. Sunday baking. Hold on. Is that the Willet Sausage guy still doing content? I'm pretty sure he is. Mr. Sausage, or what is it? Ordinary Sausage, I'm pretty sure. Let's actually see. Chat, do you need to learn about Ordinary Sausage? Is that what you need? Do you need Ordinary Sausage in your life? Baking soda sausage. Uh-oh. Deep fried Chipotle burrito. So sometimes he does things where he like makes the weird sausages. Sometimes he just deep fries something randomly. And he does these intermittently. I was going to say he does these intermittently. At least he used to. Now it looks like it's the only thing he does. Where he just tries and or makes crazy food. Taiyaki sausage. Uh-oh. Steak boiled in cherry pie filling. A1 steak sauce ice cream. Tarantula sausage, chats. I want this damn burrito so bad. Which burrito? I know. I didn't want to show y'all the stuff I was looking up, but I can show y'all this one. Okay, listen though, I can respect the garlic steak. I'll boil things in garlic puree. Do we want to see where is it? It was up here. It's literally a minute video. We can watch it. Natto sausage. Oh no. Infected corn fungus sausage. No. All right, chat. Hair dryer lobster tail. Icelandic fish pudding sausage. We're gonna do the infected corn one. Hi, Goya. But we're gonna deep
fry a Chipotle burrito.
These are like his shorts. The thing is though, is I don't think he knows how to upload shorts.
And inside this burrito, we have chicken, white rice, black beans, corn salsa, and cheese. We're gonna give this one
and cheese.
Double dunk.
Also, if you ever hear me, if the voice he's making sounds familiar, it's because I quote him a lot.
This is a 7-inch
Let's
pot,
sausage.
and my burrito is almost exactly 7 inches. The burrito's thick, so I'm gonna have to deep fry this at a lower temperature for longer. Here we go.
Low and slow, baby. Even works for frying things.
Perfect amount of oil. Perhaps a bigger pot would have been the obvious solution.
The thing too is he didn't really need to batter these because the tortilla would crisp up on its own.
Did it cook it all in the middle?
Probably not, because it was already
Yes,
cooked.
yes, we did. Let's give it a shot.
Unless it was like maybe it was a frozen
stupidly
burrito.
Good. It's like biting into a Scotch egg that's been filled with burrito ingredients. It's perfect in every way. I have no notes. I'm gonna have to give the deep fried Chipotle burrito a 5 out of 5.
Congratulations, sir. You have remade the chimichanga. That is what you have done. You have remade the chimichanga, but slightly worse by egg battering it and coating it in something. These names are just British insults. Yes. Yes, they are. All right. No. Oh my God, tiny apple pies. Oh no, my heart. Faye, do you want to come join if you're not busy? If you can come join if we do like the curse shit first and then go do like the cute cakes.
Folks, and welcome back.
I know this is like yeah, I know it's a delicacy. Corn la coochie.
Also known as corn smut.
Yes, corns. I've never seen inside the can before. Oh no, hold on. Oh,
How
cake.
could you possibly know this was safe to eat? Normally would be about the time where I do a taste test, but I'm not gonna. Look,
I've heard it's good. That's the thing too. Is I've heard it's good. I've heard it's delicious.
And I should also say that this sausage ingredient
But it's also Goya. It's a canned good, so it's also. Who knows how long that can has been on the shelf?
You said you loved me. Oh my God! It looks like the time I visited the Ponderosa Steakhouse. Ain't no way I'm eating that solo. So we're gonna mix it in with a whole bunch of pork.
Okay, thank God. Okay. I was gonna say, it's also not nearly enough to make a sausage.
And I have to do all this work ahead of time, knowing what's waiting for me at the end. I mean, it's incredible. The more I do it, the worse it gets.
It's gonna look awful, but taste fine. Yeah.
It doesn't smell like how it looks. What a disaster.
I think it's just because.
Pepper and garlic powder.
Hell yeah, they could be the borderline, the holy trinity of everybody's basic bitch
It
seasonings.
smells like a horse barn where they keep all
Who painted Visions of Hell? No, Goya is a very shitty Mexican produce company. They're extremely ethically dubious.
Oh my God. Like, the surprises do not end. It just keeps getting worse and worse.
It looks like a
3, 2, 1. Let's
I wasn't ready for how much that falling out just looked like shit.
Oh, Nelly.
It's not working.
Hold on, we got an air pocket in here that needs to go. Margaret Thatcher. Oh yeah, now we're cooking.
Okay.
I made a little bit of a miscalculation.
Okay, why the Margaret Thatcher?
So without further ado, I bring you A Night at the Opera.
Why didn't you just make more sausages?
Box artist? This guy. So will it blow? Yes. But darn, it could have done better. I clearly missed everything on the board. I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 3 Mark Ruffalo's.
Yeah, and if it doesn't make sense how the fuck his scoring system works, whenever he's done like pumping out the like inappropriate size sausage, he'll blow the rest out of the tube just to get it out. And it turned into a game years ago. And it was funny at the time, and now it just feels weird showing y'all this, and like there's so many inside jokes with this dude. Because I first found this guy back when I was a mod for Keffels. Yes, that Keffels. If anybody knows the Keffels I'm talking about. Yes, I was a mod for that Keffels. Keffels was a very different person at that time. I don't know what happened, so it's weird seeing the news and shit on Keffels and then being like, where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong?
Open it up and see how we did. It does
Schmack.
not look any better. Smell-wise, it smells like any old sausage. Okay, here we
I think it's gonna taste good.
Hey, not bad.
Yeah, I was
In
just
fact,
saying.
it's actually good. I yes, it is technically corn, but it definitely tastes like mushroom, and it has the same texture of a mushroom. Maybe that's why on the can it says corn mushroom, but it's a delight.
Yeah.
Because it is mushroom. It's,
I was gonna say, it's literally a mushroom that grows on corn.
Than just having an all meat sausage.
Keppels?
So
Not
the
Keppels.
skin's not
Keffels
exactly crispy,
with an
and-
F.
And the inside is
Technically, I think it was a
exactly,
PH.
solid.
Shit.
But it's surprisingly good.
Kefules.
Next time I'll probably cook the infected corn mushroom before I put it in the sausage. That way we'll get rid of some of this water that's been pooling out.
Seeping out of it. Yeah. Yeah. Keppels with Fs. Yeah. Keppels was also who I used to play New World with, the Amazon. Yeah, 4 out of 5 is pretty good for the shit that he makes. Sour Patch. We're not watching that. We're not watching the Sour Patch.
Well, hey there, folks, and
Chat. Do we want to watch the menthol sausage? I like that he has a custom engraved knife that just says "Let's Sausage." No? Good. We'll do cakes. Enjoy the show. Six, welcome in. How are you doing? You have exclaimed it, Baron. You need to watch the Sour Patch Steak? No, I don't even care if it's a minute. I need the sausage when I'm sick. Good for clearing the sinuses. Menthol sausage? I don't think that'll help you. What do you do with menthol for food? What food do you, goodness, uses menthol? All right, chat. We need to have a commercial break. It's going to start any second. Okay, there we go. And my stomach's starting to hurt, so I'm going to run to the bathroom. I had yogurt for breakfast this morning before stream. Granted, it was non-dairy yogurt, so I don't know why my stomach's upset, but it is. And I'll be back in a few minutes. If I'm not back quick, it's probably because I'm fighting for my life on the toilet. Wish me luck, kids. Okie dokie, guys. I was actually fast enough for that one. Thank God. Although my stomach is still upset. So we will see what happens. But I also got some fucking awesome news. I had an email when I went into the bathroom that I checked on my phone. And I can't tell you about it, but it's fucking great. Today is a good day. Let's go. All right. It's actually good timing too. We got here just as the ad break ended. Also, Faye, I saw the thing you said about the lamb, like maybe lamb. The thing is though, with lamb, you use lamb jam. You don't really use. Here, let me show you. Not lamb jam, mint jelly to be exact. I did not mean to go to shopping images, but yeah, mint jelly is the thing that you have with lamb, typically. Trying to see this. My dad, as a kid, had a jar of this Reese mint jelly always in the fridge. And I could count the number of times this old man made lamb on one hand. Grassing at straws here, to be fair. Nah, that makes sense. It's just, hold on, I'm curious. Let me see. Menthol uses. Used in cosmetics. Oh, let's do food uses. Refreshing and cooling properties, chewing candy, cough drops, certain beverages. Interesting. I could see it in like molecular gastronomy or something. For accepting to the Ringleaders Club. Is there a Ringleaders Club? Is no one going to tell me that there was a Ringleaders Club? Whoa, Black Betty. Bam, balam. All right. All right, I want the apple pie chance. What's better than going to a Korean baking website and watch somebody make apple pie? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Haunted House is a lot. High menthol cough drops were a lifesaver. Oh, I agree. I agree. Hold on, it's YouTube's doing the let's try to play an ad thing. There we go. But strawberry cake looks good. We'll probably watch multiple of these because they're super relaxing. Toilet news. Yay, good news? Yes, good news. Very good news. Very exciting news. Apple. Apple. I see people make like pies and stuff using that like Weaver method all the time, and it gives me anxiety. Oh. Okay. Wait, when did she shape it down? Wait. Okay, so she does like the whole, like a very quick thing at the beginning. God, that actually looks fucking great. Oh. A delivery of apples? Wow. The thing when it comes to making an apple pie too, chat, just in case y'all have never made one, apples render down a lot. Like a lot. Also, hold on. I don't like my current head positioning. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Apple. I lied. It is not, in fact, better. Damn it, son of a bitch. Is the Nigerian prince again? Nigerian prince? No, actually. It was a business email. A very good business email. Da-da-da-dun. Beverages? What? Menthol flavored Cigabeer? Cigabeer? No, I could see it with like kind of a minty, refreshing alcoholic beverage. Probably something that's like a little... something similar to maybe like a White Russian or something. Oh my goodness. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah, you get very little applesauce from apples in general. Like a jar of applesauce, I think is something like 40 something apples, technically. Something like that. These are very crisp apples. These are perfect apples. But the thing is, if you ever see somebody make like a full-size apple pie, the way my dad, I like ceramic knives. The way my dad used to make it, because he would make one for every Christmas. He would, instead of doing like the dice like she is, he would do the like regular like slices around the apple core. And then he'd pile it on top. And that shit would look like a mound of cinnamon and sugar covered apples. And then it would shrink into a normal pie. And it was like, Jesus, how did you fucking nail that one? That shit was sorcery to my little kid brain at the time. Granted, the worst thing I remember him ever making was a meat pie that he decided to include oysters in. Not just any oysters, not fresh oysters. No. This man decided to get a jar of oysters. That shit stank for 6 hours straight. Like dried apple pie, I've never got it right. It's kind of like an apple pie, but more flavored with like apple butter. Oh, I've been to the place where apple butter originated in Pigeon Forge. That shit was awesome. That shit was awesome. My mom used to make it. Okay. Hi, Keyshawn. What are you up to? What trouble are you getting into? We are having a palate cleanser day. So if you want to relax, chat, nerd out about cooking, baking, or anything of the sort, hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Here, we don't need a jacket for this. But then I love everything with Apple. Hell yeah. Yeah, I was. I've been all over Tennessee. I have family in Tennessee. Dried cranberries. Cranberry. The thing too is dried cranberries are essentially the concentrated flavor of cranberries. So it makes sense that you would do like a sort of like rehydration and then incorporate it. So you get that little bit of extra tanginess. Same thing with this lemon juice. Squeeze. Yeah. Listen, lemon juice also goes a long way. Same thing with lime juice. Lemon juice and lime juice are such good ways to like... The way that I want to put it is that like... Because you usually can't tell always when they're in things. Picking it up with cornstarch. The cornstarch here is probably only part of the... There it is. Yeah, is so that it like probably clumps for the small apple pie. Okay, the plop was a little satisfying. I'm not gonna lie. Refrigerated until ready to use. $78 grams of cold water. That is a very specific weight. Are we... Is this the dough? Are we making dough? Garon salt. Ah, okay. That's just... This is just bougie YouTuber things. What are we making? This is gonna be an apple pie. Hi, driver. How are you doing? But yeah, this is mostly just bougie. Oh, what is that? Interesting little stir stick. I think this is actually going to be the egg wash. I think that they just made the egg wash. My bougie rich person salt, indeed. Yeah, it has high in magnesium, you guys. Now we're making the dough. Faye, do you have this bougie rich person salt? Do you have your bougie salt? Granted, okay, actually, chat, I'm gonna be honest real quick. Oh, hello, tracking? Hello? I'm gonna be honest, because I think this is funny as shit. How many people know of like pink Himalayan salts? I would rather sit here and watch this Korean lady use her bougie ass like high magnesium salt as opposed to watching snobby white suburban women make their cakes with fucking pink Himalayan salt. It drives me up the wall every time I see somebody What did you say, Strauss? No, I'm kidding. That's not where I was getting at with this. Anytime I see somebody use pink Himalayan salt and then claim that it's like better than regular salt. With my pink pony salt. The thing is, it's not even bougie. It's just bad. Like, does anybody remember? I hate to tell you guys, the Himalayans are a place with finite matter. If it's better or not, it doesn't matter. It's salt. Mostly. The difference is where you go from regular salt to sea salt. I'm a little more partial to sea salt. But I have been told that those actually do make a significant difference. You should only use sea salt for certain things. It's just better priced where I am. Venture capital. Anyway, iodine deficiency went up by ridiculous amounts after people started using sea salt and other salts. Really? I could understand that if they were in regions where previously the iodine content that they needed in their bodies was only coming from those like non-alternative salts, like earthy salts, basically is what I'm saying. But because not enough people overall were getting it, yeah, that's what I figured. But it's the thing, like iodized salt, I'm pretty sure is mostly a like, I don't know if it's an exclusively American thing. Because I know Americans' diets differ heavily to a lot of other countries' diets. In the case of like, specifically, we could talk seafood again, but we're not going to talk seafood, chat. I promised I wouldn't talk about seafood. Or the fact that Americans only eat about 1/7 as much as the next lowest country. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. I'm pissed. We have one of the fucking largest seafood industries in the world, and we fucking don't eat it. I hate it. I hate it. It drives me up the goddamn wall. Oh, okay. No, this was for the dough. Okay, I was right the first time. That explains the sugar and the salt and everything, but water? Yeah, I guess water's fine for making pie crust. I don't know. I don't make like the only pie crust I've made from scratch is like a graham cracker crust. That's a little bit different. It's usually just graham crackers and butter. Lump. Time to make a lump. Oh. Oh. The heck was that sound? All right, time to get back to kneading. I hate making crust, yeah. But it's so rewarding. It's satisfying to make your own bread and stuff. Like when I made naan the other night, that shit was so much fun. I want to do it again. I need to get faster at it because it took me way too long to cook the, bake? Grill? I don't know what the word is. I'm going to go with bake, to bake the pieces of naan. It took longer than it was supposed to, so some of them didn't rise as much as they were supposed to. Into the fridge with you. Come back again. Aw. Fry bread. Yeah. All right, 2 chunks. What are we doing? What are we doing? Flattening it? Yeah. Wax paper. But fry bread is slightly easier. That makes sense. It's just I like making naan and stuff and other kinds of like flatbreads. But any kind of fried bread is like pretty easy. It's hard to mess up dough and oil or fats, whichever you choose to use. Aw, apple cookie cutter. Okay. Wait. Tend to need some yogurt? Yeah. Yogurt's easy to get. Granted, like every single one that I've seen often fails to describe which yogurt you're supposed to get. So I've seen recipes that both use like Greek yogurt. I've seen some that use like high fat yogurt, like plain yogurt. It doesn't matter too much as long as you're like, what is naan? Flatbread. Ordain. Here, hold on. Real quick. This is important because naan is my favorite. I put John. Naan. Naan. I like naan. I like naan. Hence why fry bread is easier. Makes sense. Makes sense. Daminals. Never had it. Really? You should find a like Middle Eastern place near you or Indian. Indian is probably going to be the best place, the place that'll have it. There's also cheesy naan, and it is awesome. Cheese stuffed naan is so fucking good. Over an open flame or baked or post. It's fry bread, which is oil fried. Naan is usually baked in a tandoori, but you can also do it on, say, like a skillet or in the oven, technically. But yeah, it's usually done. Traditionally, it's done in a tandoori. This looks like this looks weirdly like fresh hardtack as opposed to naan. Quick oven baked naan bread. Okay, that explains it. That explains it. I don't think I have a Costco in the Netherlands. Good question. But you could probably find it at some places that like sell Indian food or anything like that. So you may be able to find it at your grocery store even. Garlic butter fry bread and that shit is fire. Ooh. Ooh. Extras. Time to re-knead it. Ain't no dough going to waste here. I've done garlic butter fry bread and that shit was fire. Ooh. Gotta lay out your strips. Time to make the weave. Gotta do what you gotta do. Listen, it's cool and it's definitely worth the effort, but for some reason it stresses me out so much. My ego tells me I can make these. My ego tells me I can make these too. You should make these, Faye. Both the metric and imperial systems. In what way? Is it because they're using grams and then something else? Am I missing it? I had noticed. I'd only noticed the metric system that they'd been using. Chilled apple filling. Yum, 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 yum. Totally not gonna eat that with a spoon. Ow. Damn it. Damn it. It actually weirdly looks like there's a lot more cranberries in there than I remember seeing her add. Make tiny apple pie apples. Gonna have to get a cookie cutter though. You are gonna have to get a cookie cutter. Although it does look like she... Where did the stem and leaf part go? Did she just like cut it off? I think she did just cut it off. If Megan and I shared a space, we'd make a lot of stuff, but ends up half eating the prepped ingredients. Yeah, so. Oh yeah, there's also this part of after making a weave where you have to cut it and it's just like, you have to cry the whole time. That's part of the policy. It's the same thing when you make like a full-sized, when you make like a full-sized apple pie and then have to cut it into a circle. And then it's just, why a cookie cutter? Just eyeball it? No, Ordain. And then 6 to 7 inches apart. Oh, interesting. I hadn't noticed that. Okay, so yeah, she does just press it down. And then pinch them together. Yeah. What do you mean no? No, you gotta make them look good. You gotta make them uniform, Ordain. It's for the YouTubes. Gotta eyeball cut Marin's memes. No! I spent 30 minutes on that! Not counting the, like, several hours of all of the dough, like, curing and stuff. Wait, that one has the leaves and the stem. But they cut it off of this one. God damn it. I don't care if it looks good as long as it tastes good. Well, I want it to look good. Okay. It can be both. It can look good and taste good. Me looking at Cajun food. Okay, never mind. It can also just be good. I don't think it's 2 cutters. I think she has the 1 cutter and then she has the cutout. Like the paper part that she's like cut into the shape. But it is kind of random what's like going on here. The stomach is blind, as they say. True. But like if I'm making something, like if I'm putting the slow effort in to make something and I'm devoting to what I wanted it to look like more often than not. But it's also like the entire point of these is pretty much aesthetic reasons. Okay, now we're getting to the egg wash. At which sim will look better. Makes sense. Makes sense. A goofy little plastic egg whisk comes back. The Crusette bowl! That's an $80 bowl! Damn, this bitch is bougie. Jesus. Jesus. Also, now chat, do you know why you have to egg wash things? Apple chips. Damn, I'm gonna be appled. If I was this lady, I'd be appled out for life. That can be safely given to young children? Why do you say it like that? Are regular apples not enough? I want the Le Creuset bowl. Is that the dream there? Is someday is the kitchen just gonna look like a bougie rich woman cosplaying the past kind of kitchen? Is that what this is gonna become? Yeah, this lady is appling everything out. Yes, yes. That was. Hold on. Do we need to pull up the Le Creuset? Oh shit! I clicked the channel thing. Hold on. Let's go break everyone's wallets for a minute. Fuck off. Let's do Dutch ovens. Starting at $260. Fucking kill me. And that's the 2-quart size. That's the 2-quart size. Oh no. Hey, but at least you can get some customized colors, baby. Looking good. Hey, pink. Vintage Fiesta ware and cooking that. That works. That works. Dutch oven mentioned. Listen, hold on. We could also find the Pokemon collab they had. It's fine. Yeah, they had a Pokemon collab for $130 mug. Tiny bowls, $285 for 4 of them. Mini coquette sets, $235. A Soba Choco cup for $99. Stackable cups for over $400. Yeah, this is why when you see actually hold on, let's see if we can find that bowl. Let's see. Bakeware. Tabletop. Let's try just searching bowl. There it is. Well, this was a much larger version. Was it this one? Not quite. This is a much smaller bowl. I think it was a set of these. Was it? It's not the same color. No, these have big rims on them. Gold measuring cups. Christ. $1,000. What is that? Not a Dutch oven? $1,000. There's a batter bowl for, hey, it's on sale, 40. But yeah, Le Creuset is one for people who have more money than they know what to do with. Is that it? No. For people who have more money than they know what to do with, but also want to have an aesthetically pleasing kitchen. Is it? Cereal bowls. Who wants $70 cereal bowls? Actually, hold on. What does that make it per bowl? It's a set of 4 for 70, just under $70. 2 for 34. 1 for 17. That's not the worst. That's not that bad. We have a Le Creuset store. Oh boy. Faye, you gotta add something to Throne that's just like bougie cookware for the mistress or some shit. For the seamstress. That you need that added. If I'm getting a $70 cereal bowl, it better be bulletproof. It was more $17 per bowl because it was a set of 4 for 68. With my $9.99 kitchen bowls. Yeah. But it's also, Le Creuset is known for its like quality and shit. So if you're bougie enough, then you can literally just like, see, you can also search by color. So let's say we want like the dark red. Yeah, baby. Our colors? Wait, can I look at all of their stuff based on colors? Cerise. That has stuff priced like that? Yeah, that sounds like Dollywood. I do actually have a Dutch oven, not a Le Creuset Dutch oven. Mine has a like glass lid bread oven. Anyway, they also do special colors for Halloween each year. Yes, they do special colors for like various holidays. Also, what is this? There's like these textures. Can I unclick that? Okay, that's why. It's fabric. What is this? Shiny black? Is it? It's just a latch. Black nickel? Ah, okay. Some of the utensils. Champagne star. Christ. Metal foil cutter. Huh? I'm gonna red, gold, and black the cookware. Nah, I'm just gonna let Faye turn the entire kitchen into a like purple plant oasis. But yeah. Listen, it just means that you actually get the opportunity to, granted, the kitchen setups that I have are kind of random. Like most of my serveware is like, I think Walmart, which I'd hate to say, but I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, I kind of want to see some chocolatey dessert here. Or, wait, is that a kiwi cake? Wait, I want to know other ways to cook kiwi. To do things with kiwi. I'm sorry, chat. I'm obsessed with kiwi. Witchy kitchen, hanging herbs. Let's go. Are obsessed with the bowl and plate set with the filigree designs on them. Thankfully, they've moved off of them, but still, I think that I know the ones you're talking about. My family has some. And the thing is, I believe people are obsessed with those because the company went out of business. Like, we have a bunch of casserole dishes and stuff by that same company. Hold on to your kiwis. Kiwi bird garnished with kiwi fruit. Oh. The thing too is, I'm not 100% on this. Aren't kiwi fruit and kiwi birds, like the kiwi birds I know are specifically New Zealand, right? Specifically New Zealand. Specifically New Zealand, and then kiwi fruit, I'm pretty sure, are just tropical. Like they're tropical fruits, right? I could be wrong. My one regret in life is that kiwis are too small. I need a kiwi to be like bigger than a fucking banana. I don't mean long like a banana. I mean, they gotta have the length of a banana, but also be sized up. Fucking love kiwis, dude. I just wish after I peeled the kiwi, I couldn't eat the whole thing in 2 bites. Just eat the skin, loser. No. No. GMO, the kiwi's bigger. Could. That'd take a long time, though, and a lot of effort. Time to find the plant that produces a growth hormone that affects fruit quality. The fuzz is a fun mouthfeel. No, Zozo! All right, are we gonna muddle this or are we just mixing it? Okay, yeah. Muddling! Ah, the immersion blender. Grind it with a bar mixer? That is not a bar mixer. Basketball-sized kiwis, messier but less dangerous than falling coconuts? That'd be terrifying. That would be terrifying if the... What? I think coconuts are the largest fruit that grow on trees, right? Because most of the time, after a certain size, the trees can't support them. But coconuts are practically hollow as well as stores of water. As a gift for a past job, one of the best things I ever got. I've seen so many uses for immersion blenders. I've never had one. I have never had one. Also, hold on, chat. I have like a dry patch on one of my knuckles that like never really goes away, and it's been hurting the last couple days. So give me a second. I'm gonna go put some Eucerin on it. I'm gonna go slump for a second, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. The reason I said it all of a sudden was because I held my hands up in front of me and I felt something pop on my knuckle and I looked down and it had split. Sorry if that was TMI. And the thing is, I don't know what it is. I think it's just like a friction thing maybe, but I don't know what from. But it's something I've had for a while and it bothers the shit out of me. There was actually one time I used to grind it with fucking like one of those foot grinders. Why am I talking about this? God damn it. I will talk about anything on the internet, apparently. Fuck. That's gross. Why did I talk about that? Get out the grinder. I don't like that spoon. I don't like that spoon even a little bit. I think that spoon's supposed to be so that it like doesn't fall in. When you don't have the usual topics, when it's supposed to be a palate cleanser day. Here, let me tell you something fucking gross, chat. Quality baking powder. The scrape. I've never seen a spoon like that. It usually has like the weird curve so that you can like balance it on things. or keep it from like sliding into things. It's weird. It's goofy. I just didn't like the way it looked. Some companies will make that's another Le Creuset bowl. Okay, hold on. The sounds made my brain go meringue. But yeah, the groove is just usually so that you can prop it on bowls and stuff without it like sliding away or sliding off. Pretty useful, honestly, pretty useful. I wonder what... Is she thickening it up with sugar? What's... Meringue rounds? Oh, god damn it. My brain go burr? My brain always go burr. I'm also over here thinking about the email I got a lot. I'm sorry, Chad, if I seem distracted because I'm very excited for it. But I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I'm upset. I can't tell you or it'll all fall apart. I'm not allowed to tell. Ah! Fuck me running. One of my favorite textures to eat. It is. I'm about to get crucified by chat for this. It is specifically the texture that I hate. I don't like the texture of meringue. I don't like the texture of what was it? I don't like the texture of whipped cream. I don't like the texture of sour cream. Oh my. Hi, Jacob. What are you insinuating here, sir? Is it because we're baking? Is this food prawn? Is that what this is? Is this food prawn? No, like I totally understand like being a texture eater. The weird thing about me sometimes is I weirdly like homogenous foods. So it's like if I get curry and rice, I'm not gonna like take a bit of curry on the spoon and then get a bite of rice. No. My ass is mixing all of that together and then eating it on the spoon. Oh, okay, that was a thermometer. Got it. I was like, wait, what the hell is that? What is the laser? She's gotta have the laser! I don't have a cooking laser! When did they make cooking lasers? Is it... Are we essentially making icing? Oh god, the sounds. The sounds. We're getting into cream shots, baby. Oh no. Oh no. I think this is gonna be the outer. It looks like so much right now. Is this gonna be just like a cream filling? I can see it as just being a cream filling along with the kiwis, but it didn't look like that in the... Oh, okay, never mind. I get it. This is, in fact, the cake. They're doing a meringue style for, like, the airiness of it. Okay, I get it. That's why the cake roll that looks so white, because it's a meringue-based cake. Okay. And then smooth that shit out. Give me that. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, Ordained. It's not done. It's not done. You can't eat it yet. You gotta wait. You gotta be patient. I will steal. Wow, 15 minutes? Damn. See, it's basically witchcraft. See, that was a liquid. Now it's a cake. My dudes. Now it's a very thin piece of cake. I've always had bad luck with, what is it? These kind of like grid things. Every time I've gotten one, it either ends up being like that weird, it's like the microtransaction situation of like It's either too small for what I'm using or way too fucking big, or worse, it doesn't fit in line with any of my baking sheets. And it bothers me. It bothers me a lot. Don't care now. Let me eat it. No. Also, I don't like whipped icing. I don't like whipped icing. I need buttercream icing in my life. I need thick icing. This is a thick icing only household. Making my secret cookie yogurt brownies. Okay, you have my curiosity. You have my curiosity. Jam, 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 jam. My ass would fuck up the like distribution of this, and I would end up having probably like a shitload of like extra cake at the ends, and would just be staring at it like, oh, fuck. Shit, I gotta go get more kiwis. Make the cake pure mint? No! Okay, listen, like a chocolate mint cake sounds awesome. Don't tell me you wouldn't eat like a chocolate mint cake of some kind. Also, this is a very cool method of rolling a cake. I haven't seen somebody roll a cake like this before. Using what looks like an empty paper towel roll. Gotta give it that tuck. Gotta give it the tuck. 1 hour in the freezer. Heavy cream and sugar. Okay, I think this is what's going on the outside of the cake. I like roll cakes. Roll cakes look so cool. The problem is with my ass, if I didn't have somebody there to stop me after I made my own roll cake, I would eat that shit like a log. I'm gonna eat it like it's a fucking corn dog. I'm gonna hold it with both hands and just nibble my way down while watching a movie. There ain't no slicing it if I'm by myself. Put it on a stick. I know it wouldn't work on a stick with a cake like this. But it would be something like the line. It'd be like me eating a big hot pocket. I see no issue here. Listen, that's quitter talk. It's fine. It's fine. Look how fluffy the cake is, though. Mmm. Oh. Some of the little extra pieces of kiwi. We need more kiwi. Everybody needs more kiwi. Wow, that is really fucking fluffy. Kiwi burrito, yummy. Yummy. No! You're supposed to chew before you swallow. All right. All right, do we want to do more baking? Do we want to do the campfire? Do we want to do the street food? It looks like sushi almost. Not everything that's round is sushi, but I can see the idea. Lemon pot cake. That's a cappuccino cup made out of chocolate. Cool. I don't know if I'd call it a cake, but it looks good. The thing is, I think it's a cake inside of like a pot. It looks like the pot may be made out of like cookie or something. Street foods, street foods, street foods, street foods, street foods. Street foods. Satisfying sound time, chat. Buckle up, kiddos. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's the good shit. That's the good shit. I've only had like what I could only, I guess, call like the generic takoyaki, like whatever the base flavor of takoyaki is. But I've seen some places that have like as much as like 8 different types if you go to like a specialty place. Water. I want a takoyaki pan so bad. I mean, they're probably not crazy expensive. Oh. Wait, I kind of like that container. Flour, cornstarch, water, eggy. Oh, those are big eggs. Those look bigger than extra large American eggs. Jesus. Sorry, my phone lit up for some reason. No water. 0 out of 10. No, there was water. Oh, no thick water. Gotcha. I see where this is going. Yeah, there was no thick water. Can you bake? I don't think you can bake with thick water, though. I think that would fuck up the composition. Large. Got a cake pop maker. I've used that for takoyaki a couple times. Yeah, that'll probably get the job done. Remember, chat, you don't need the scum. You don't need the scum when you're cooking. I'm gonna find out. Yeah, look it up. I don't know how much a takoyaki pan is. I'm actually kind of curious. But I'm also trying to remember the thing with, hold on. What the fuck is a cake pop maker? That's literally a takoyaki pan. I feel like people have lost the plot on how to make cake pops if this is how they're making cake pops. Did people forget what a real cake pop is? This is something that somebody came up with after they fucking saw what a cake pop looked like and were like, how can I get that over here? The thing is, though, original cake pops, the idea of an original cake pop was you made an entire fucking cake and then you smash that shit up. You smash that shit up, icing and all, until you had a homogeneous form, and then you made pops out of it, and then you dipped it in icing so that you would also get these additional decorations. Enjoy your shower, Ordained. Go and gamer yourself. But yeah, $27 on Amazon. Let me see here. Okay. That's not bad. That's a pretty decent price. That's about what I would expect. You got your $1,000 that was stolen back? Nice. You can get pans and even like ones that plug in as a standalone tool. Ooh. Yeah, I do know they make standalone like electric ones. Also, these fucking green onions are huge too. Jesus. Oh wait, that's because they're leeks. Never mind, carry on. Yeah, those were whole-on leeks, as opposed to like the little. Yeah, break out the peppers. The thing with a lot of these peppers, like these peppers may have some heat to them, but they're also, if I remember correctly, quite sweet. Oh. Oh, okay, you're brave. Oh, okay, that was brave, man. My ass would be getting the fucking, I'd be getting the, like, what do you call them? The tongs out? I'd be holding them by the tongs. I'd be holding that stem by the tongs. I ain't risking it. I worked in a kitchen where I got burned fucking daily, and I hated it. I still have a scar. Somewhere. Yeah, I still have a scar on one of my knuckles from when I essentially punched one of the baking ovens when I worked at an Annie Ann's. Fuck yeah, spicy garlic sauce, my dude. But I'd like to introduce you to a funnel. Although a funnel may not... I don't know. It looks like they have it down. Mayonnaise sauce. Mayonnaise sauce. Bonito flakes? Yes, that's exactly what those were. Teriyaki sauce. Oh. No, yeah, those flakes early on before they were cutting the chilies and stuff, it was definitely bonito flakes. I thought they were, was it bonita or is it bonito? I think it's bonito. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. Oh, wait a second. Go back. The future is now, old man. Holy shit. I did not know those were a thing. That was the main gas line valve. And they had a digital box that opened and closed it as needed. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hates me. I've been on a sriracha mayo kick lately. She hates that I've been eating the sriracha. It's her favorite sauce. And we're now going through it fast. Get another bottle of sriracha. Sriracha's pretty cheap. Especially with so many brands getting into it now. That's cool, though. I like that. I like that main shutoff. Kiosk time. Oh? What is that Samsung card? What? Interesting. Butter? Butter! Yee. Yee, happy noises, hee. Takoyaki is made out of happiness. That is also so much butter. That is so much butter being melted in there. The thing must have a strong grip on that lever. Oh, well, it looked like it had like a little metal cage around it. Is that what you were talking about? All right, there's our batters. Ah, yes. Specialized tool moments. Fantastic. Auto turn off switch unless it was bolted on the wall. It did not want to stay on the wall for very long. Really? It looked more like the turn thing was mounted to the main pipe itself as opposed to... Also, hold on a second. So here's the thing that I've had with my experience with takoyaki. This looks like actually fantastic takoyaki thus far. But every fucking place I've been to and had it, they've like skimmed. They've skimmed. So why am I like hunched forward? Hold on a second. Sit up straight. I'm fucking sitting up straight right now, but says no. All right. But like the place that I've been to, they get so skimpy with the octopus that sometimes you can't even tell there's any in there. But this place just puts a hunk in there. Let's go. Just full on. Time to shape up. Butter. Fun sounds. Yay, fun sounds. I think the best way to like convey to like Americans like what takoyaki is takoyaki is to like Japan and I guess South Korea at this point, since they seem popular because this is in South Korea, is the American corn dog. That's what it is. Except South Korea did that better too, which is even fucking funnier. They're eating my people, but have you considered not being so delicious? Faye, have you considered not being so delicious? If not meant to be eaten, why so delicious? About time I was getting sick of calamari. What's wrong with squid? The thing too is I would kind of like to see some places like... It'd be interesting to see some places make takoyaki, but without the octopus. Do it with like maybe a glob of chicken or like a glob of beef or something. I like the tiny octopus sticker. Oh, he's so cute. That's chat. Chat. This is how you have a minimalist mascot. This is so cute. I can't keep growing tentacles back. You can and you will. It's so cute. Look at the little guy. Look at the little guy. He's so precious. I love him. I love him. All right, we also have 20 seconds till the ad break, but I'm just gonna let this play. Oh, cheese. Cheese! Yo. 8? Looks like there's 8 per box. Not bad. Yeah, because the place I've been to, I only got 6. And it was still like $12. Can't have shit in the Dark Carnival. Go back to the slicer. All right. All right, I would rather have the garlic sauce on top of the green onions, but okay, that works for me. But let me go ahead and get you all the words on stream. I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. So we'll just chill here for a couple minutes while I do stupid shit and try to fix my positioning. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Wonder what the cost is? We'll probably see something for it shortly. Oh, no, wait, we did see it. We did see it on the menu. I'm going to go back and find it. It looks like they are 5,500 yuan. Yeah, they're 5,500 yuan. So let me... Or is it won? It's just won, isn't it? Not yuan. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's less than $4 a box. Yeah, it was because the total cost was $22,000. $15. $15 for all of them. Fuck. I'm upset. I'm upset. I hate it. I hate it. I don't. I love it. But you get the idea. You get the idea. And then let me... Hold on. Why do I have so many notifications? Oh, okay. I know why. I know why. That is fine. No, I was looking at the individual prices of each thing. So, but yeah, the total cost was 22,000 won, which is about $15. We're not gonna do another words on stream. No, it wasn't emails. It wasn't emails. I wasn't looking at emails. I was looking at Discord. Just one of my random like folders of servers had a lot of unusually high pings for whatever reason. It was Marvel Rival. It was Marvel Rival pinging like every news post that they made today. For some reason, they at everyone for every news post. Not more words? There was only 30 seconds. There's only 30 seconds and I want to see more. I want more, Sunstar. I need more. More. Teriyaki? Okay, yeah, this is only a couple seconds back. Got it. So I kind of nailed it. God, that is so much green onion. Okay. Oh shit, sorry. I fumbled my chapstick that I was over here twitching with, and it landed right on the space bar. Ah, yes, the legendary sauce bottle farts. Fantastic. Cha-cha-cha chili peppers. garlic sauce, mozzarella cheese. Is it melted? Are you gonna melt it? Please tell me you're gonna melt it. Oh, thank God I could kiss you. Listen, even if it's a microwave, it's fine. I'm sold. It didn't melt enough. What the? Okay, never mind. Carry on. Wait, what's the point of the microwave then? Okay, you still didn't melt it enough. Okay, but well, wait, it melted a lot more. Wait a second. Sorry for adding you, but I don't know if you answered my question to doing video recommendations. I do not. I do not. Unless, like, if I do, it's usually like people will leave it in media share in the Discord, and then it'll likely be at a later date. It's not usually day of. All right, chat. Are you ready to watch Koreans make better American hot dogs than Americans? Welcome back from the shower, Ordain. Do we want to place bets? Like, we'll say an American hot dog is a 5. Like, the average American hot dog is 5. How much better do you think these hot dogs are going to be? Just straight up, or you think this is going to be the scale? American hot dogs 5, Korean hot dogs 10? That's what I think this is going to be. I'm pretty confident that's what this is going to be. Also, the gym next door. Box hot dog. I don't know why, but weirdly, the inside of this place gave me vibes to a, like, classic, what do you call it? Like a classic Pizza Hut. Also, the giant fucking can of pickles. They're already pickled. Why did you have to can them? I got like $3 to bet with. That's basically my whole budget too. That's my whole budget. Pickle brine, pickle brine, pickle brine. Please tell me you'll do something with it. Please tell me you'll do something with it. If not, give me a straw. My kidneys would explode, but I think it'd be worth it. All right, do y'all think they're gonna make relish with all these pickles? Actually, I am 100% confident that they're gonna make relish with all, oh my God. Something tells me that's not exceedingly effective. Or then again, it can be shockingly effective. Holy shit. Just the mound keeps shrinking. I swear there's gotta be a better way to do it than that. There's gotta be a better way. Bathe in the pickle brine? It's good for the skin. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if vinegar is good for the skin. I know some people are obsessed with like apple cider vinegar, but I don't think they're that great. These are some big hot dogs. I want a hot dog real bad. A slap chop? Not the slap chop. Slap chops are cool. Novelty. If you still happen to have one, congratulations. You have like the golden grail of slap chops. Because if you didn't know, slap chops fucking broke within 30 days more often than not of owning a slap chop. Granted, that's probably more likely because fucking Americans are stupid and they bought the slap chop and thought that they could just beat the shit out of it. And so they probably broke it themselves. Yeah, they were probably slapping too fucking hard. Bacon? Bacon! It seems seared already, but not cooked through, which is kind of interesting. Kind of. Yeah, American using a slap chop. Exactly. Too much slapping, not enough chopping. Yep. And the thing too is after a while, the blades were never that good. I had a friend who still had one, and I got to use it once, and it was a pain to cut vegetables with. It sucked. Butter. Get out the butter stick. Listen, if the dairy company starts to go down, at least I know that some of the last things remaining are going to be butter. I think we would all give up milk for the byproducts of milk, for cheese and butter. Everybody would be like, all right, guys, we don't need drinking milk anymore. We don't need it. We're all going back to all dairy products are now just going to be cheese and butter. Also, if you ever make a sandwich, chat, you should butter them. You should butter and toast your sandwiches. It makes them better. Always better. Is that a crown? What are you doing with that crown? Says you, I'll keep drinking milk. Oh yeah, Sai drinks milk too. Not Nori's, but wait, there's a butter crisis? What happened with the butter? Tell Sai to stop drinking so much milk and then maybe they'll have enough butter. That is entirely Sai's fault. This is because Sai continues to drink only milk. That's why Norway has a butter crisis. You did this, Sai. You did this. Onions. Okay. Also, these hot dogs already look better than the average American hot dog. The buns look great. Of course, it was just like iceberg lettuce, which doesn't add a whole lot. But, you know. We're bulk cooking hot dogs here. We ain't got time for positioning. We'll position later. The milk part of our... You're right. You're right. What have I done, Sunstar? What have I done? Was the time where Norway deadass ran out of butter? Huh. There had to be... Was there a reason behind it? Because, like, I know Norway probably imports and produces its own dairy, but... Steam your cabbage, caramelize your onions? Yes! Steam your cabbage, caramelize your onions, roast your garlic. Okay, I was about to say, is there 2 hot dogs going in each one of these? Branch 2 had a butter crisis? Why, I wonder? Was it Mad Cow? Was this back when Mad Cow was a big thing in Europe and the UK? Does anybody know? How long ago was this? Building a massive butter cow outside Oslo? I knew it! Nah. 3 years ago? I wonder. Creative Panda, creative people mass buying butter. Gotcha. Gotcha. Beef? Ooh, okay, what are we going with here? Chili oil? XO sauce. Okay, I don't know what XO sauce is, but that shit looks awesome. Yo, were we gonna make like a hot dog that's like, what is it? Like a beef bowl hot dog? Is that what this is? Is this gonna be a beef bowl hot dog? 2011? I think that was when the Mad Cow Panic in the UK was. If not earlier than that. Ah, okay, it's just the beef sandwich. Okay. Makes sense. Stud? How could you? How could you? Oh no, the mayonnaise farts. Okay, that's too much mayonnaise. You lost me. You lost me. It's not ketchup, but I think it's another, it's definitely another tomato-based sauce. No, bring them back. It's fine. Cheddar cheese hot dogs, so a cheddar sauce of some kind. That's a decent amount of pepper. That's a pretty decent amount of pepper. Mozzarella. Oh wait, no, what does that say? It said Kowloon cheese, something like that. Huh, I guess it's called something else in Korea, because that bag had, I think it was like K-A-D-O-U-N. Uh-oh. Yo, we making mozzarella crisp in here? Mozzarella crisp? Okay, where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? And then what? Scoop it up and put it on the dog? Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Sold. Sold. Put it in my fucking mouth. It also looks like thus far they didn't show like an ordering process or anything, so we didn't get to see how much these cost. So this is basically their version of like a Philly cheesesteak. Ooh, up crispin their mozzarella. No crispin. No crispin, just melting, baby, melting. Well, it did say in captions. It did say mozzarella cheese in captions. I did see that. But it looked like the bag was labeled something else. Bangu cheesesteak? That makes sense. Give me that. I need it too. I need it too. One day. One day. You know what? These are fantastic hot dogs. These are fantastic. You wanna know what? I bet they're cheaper than a fucking Nathan's in New York. I bet these hot dogs are cheaper than a single Nathan's hot dog in New York. Man, you gotta work a little faster. I can see a lot of that mozzarella is kind of burning. Oh. It's a pizza dog. That was fucking marinara sauce that they put on top. Oh my fucking... Oh my god, my heart. Oh, my sweet American heart. And the pepperonis. I called it. It is a pizza dog. Is an overpriced has-been of the city? Yep. Well, hey, at least they still have $1.25 pizza slices. I mean, that's not the worst. Granted, people did start fights when they tried to raise the price to $1.50. Pepperoni. So there's bacon under there, there's mayonnaise. There's all of the regular hot dog ingredients. It's very stacked. This is a very stacked hot dog. But god damn it, am I not sold? I'm gonna need gloves to eat this. Sweet potato carbo hot dog. Parmesan? Maybe Parmesan? All right, we got potatoes. What are we doing with this potato? Crisping it up? What's the deal? What's the shebang? They have a carb loading hot dog. That's actually kind of amazing. Called the Frankenstein, best hot dog I ever had. What was in it? More sauce. Death by hot dog? I agree. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I'm having the hiccups for some reason. Oh, I didn't even realize they'd been cut in half. Holy shit. Wait, that's neat. Give me the pull. Yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Eats the cheese hanging between them. Hey, yo, my favorite. Oh, chats. Listen, there's nothing quite as enjoyable as just a big bowl of something over rice. I'm sorry, okay? I'm a slut for things over rice. And if you can throw cheese on top of it, I will kiss the ground you walk on. If you show me a beef bowl that they've thrown like mozzarella into or something, it's over. It's Jover for me. This food hub. I don't think this is like one general area. Maybe it is. But this is basically like top food vendors. These are some like big name food vendors. Ooh. That's a pot. That's not a pot. This is a pot. All right. Oh, we're making broth? Radish leaves. Okay. I'm back from laundry. Well, was the laundry all right? Is the laundry fine? Protein veggie over rice is one of the perfect meals. Agreed. With a sauce. It needs a sauce. Okay. Cabbage. Did you put the laundry over rice? Oh my god. Why? Why do you do this? Soybean paste. Okay, I was gonna say miso. Kind of the same thing, but it could be a little bit different. So I think we are making a broth. It could be the soup for the day, or it could just be straight up broth. First restaurant of Hanamju. Okay. So they have a like restaurant location, it looks like, and then they also have a stand. Oh, okay, it's beef belly. Okay, gotcha. Because I'm Phaedric Mirren, I thought that was obvious. Listen. Hi, Uzi. I'm sorry, I saw you here earlier. I just didn't say hi. I wanted to say hi now. Okay, so that's probably how they make it with so much beef. Because beef belly, 1, crazy tender. 2, delicious. 3, cheap as dirt. Cheap as dirt, baby. I'm doing good, Uzi. Today's been a really good day. I had some good news in an email earlier during the stream that I can't talk about. And we're having a palate cleanser day because the past week has just been fucking nuts. It's just been like so goddamn all over the place. So I figured we'd do some chilling. Beef. Yeah, it's the chicken of cow cuts. It's usually like, interestingly enough, if this is the belly, it's been cleaned really well. The thing is, I don't know of a place that advertises here in the States that it sells beef belly. They may whenever they make dishes that just like uses a whole bunch of parts. Small my ass. The cow lungs. Small cow lungs. How big's the cow? Small? Squints at the meatmonger. I don't believe you. Could also be community kitchens, have people here that have food carts here that do all food prep. Yeah, that makes sense. But here, see how much all those lungs just fill up the fucking. Oh, yeah, just. The thing is, I don't know if this is going to be a dish in and of itself or if this is being used as a base for something. But I can't think of where they're going to go with the beef lung. Pigtails! Let's go. Let's go. These already look like they're pre-cooked. Although the way that the bowls wobble as they're pouring water into it, it's kind of stressing me out. Susie wants to get Korean barbecue. Did I tell you there's going to be a second hot pot place opening in my city? I found out that they're making another one. Neither of them have opened yet, but there's going to be 2. What place is making this? This is Korea. This is South Korea. They're apparently gonna be a beef bowl place. So I'm very curious to see where these dishes are gonna go. I have no idea when they're gonna open though. But I found out that there is now going to be 2, count them, 2 in my city that previously had 0. White pepper. A secret sauce. Well, we know there's ketchup in there and a thick, almost like, maybe it's oyster sauce that was on top. I don't know for sure. That's Korean red chili powder. I actually have a container of that. I have not used it yet. It's got you something. Got you. I know the paste is gochujang, but it's gochujang, something like that. Garlic. Hell yeah. Yeah, buddy. Where the molecules come from? I told her both the mommy and daddy molecule love each other. You fucking dork. That's not an answer. Give your child a real answer. And if you can't give her a real answer, then it's time for you to learn together. Pull up a video on YouTube. We could talk about here. Is it time? Are we educating a child on the understanding of particle physics? Is that what this is going to be? The fact that all molecules that have existed, will ever exist, are currently in existence, and that all they do is change. How to bribe your Marin? Garlic. Yes. Yes. Very much. All the molecules have always existed, sweetie. They just change stage based on certain chemical reactions or physical reactions that they undertake at different times. That's all. That's it. That's all you're getting. And then we could talk about advanced particle physics, but nobody wants to introduce the Higgs boson to their child. Nobody wants to talk about the activity of particles spontaneously generating in a vacuum, because brain go burr. And there's science on it, and there's evidence, and it's been discovered. But there's not enough to be like, this is how it's done. This is what causes it. I told her she's breathing dinosaur poop molecules. She yelled at me. That's fucking cute. All right. All right, I wonder if we're gonna do the same process with all the others. Secret sauce? Secret sauce. Secret sauce, the pepper powder. More garlic! Let's go! Oh, the first one's ginger. Sorry, this is the garlic. That's why it was so fibrous. They don't terrorize my child. Am I even parenting right? Just remember not to take it too far. Oh my God, put it in my mouth. Oh my God, put it in my mouth. This is like one of those like sweet heat recipes that I will absolutely kill for. More garlic, so seeds the Baron. So shall it be. Garlic Cheerios? What? Run that by me again. One more time. Hi, Coco. Come here, pumpkin. All right. I got a stinky puppo. She just ran up and licked my hand. Does anybody else's dog ever do that, where they just like run up and like dab their tongue against your hand? You goofball. I'll take you out after we're done, okay? I'll take you out after we're done. Garlic butter Cheerios? Why Cheerios? Why are you thinking about Cheerios? Hi, Weasel. Scritchy, scritchy, scritchy. Sorry, I'm having to hunch down to scratch Coco. All right. Spoing. Spoing. Also, hold on. My tracking drifted again. I honestly don't know why it does that weird, like, freeze thing when I go click on, oh, what is it? When I go click on, Binyan. Azura! Holy shit! Welcome in, Raiders! Pokemon Rejuvenation. What is that? Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Martin, the ringleader.com. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. I didn't copy the raid message! That's how you do it. That's how you do it. We've had one hell of a week. The week for personally has not been bad, but it has been a stressful week overall, both politically, societally, VTuberly. So we're taking a day of palate cleansers. We're currently hanging out and watching some food videos. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Pokemon fan game made with RPG Maker. It's been a lot of fun. What's it? Is it a certain generation, or is it like a completely new generation? Or does it have like the actual original Pokemon in it? I'm curious. I'm very curious. I love Pokemon. I'm very excited for the for ZA. Is that what it was? The next Legends game. I am very excited, especially because they're bringing back two of my favorite Pokemon with Totodile and Chikorita as starters. I'm very excited. I am very excited. Also, I don't know if you might have seen them, but apparently there's been some like supposed leaks of what the legendary Pokemon are going to look like. And let's just say I'm not impressed. Let's just go with I'm not impressed, unfortunately. So its own story and region, even its own regional variants, it's styled like Pokemon Emerald. Ooh! Prettiest PMG. PNG. Okay. How dare she, but also I loves her. Aw. Aw. All right, guys, but welcome in. Sure, if you need to go run and do any of the post-stream stuff, hit the bathroom, get food. I'm going with Tepig. The worst one, Penguin? The worst one? How could you? How could you? Has any legendary been as good as Gen 1 through 5? You say Gen 5, like Gen 5 was decent. The Pokemon in Gen 5 were, the starters were even worse. I couldn't give less of a shit from Gen 5 starters. Of course, go take care of whatever you need. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun playing. I hope you had a grand old time. Why do I have so many Twitch notifications? That's weird. The earthenware bowls. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, beef belly goes in bowl. Do we have rice? What's the deal? What's the mix here? I love these earthenware bowls. Victini is awesome. Victini is lame. Victini even had a whole movie for itself and it still botched it. I love them. Okay, the monkeys are kind of neat. I do like, what is his name? Oh, brain parting. My spider and flea, Galvantula and Joltik. I do like those two. Top 3 best legendary Pokemon. You want the top 3 best legendary Pokemon? Are you sure? Are you sure? Do I have to discard mythics? Do I have to ignore mythics existing? Because otherwise I'm going to say fucking Deoxys, because the Deoxys Pokemon movie is probably the best one I've ever seen. And I say that as somebody who watched Pokemon 2000 probably 20 to 30 plus times in my life. Plates, bowls, cups, and utensils that are made of sustainable bamboo, and they're supposedly unbreakable. I want them. I was going to say Lugia is number 1. Deoxys is number 2. Or if I have to give it away to the legendary that's in the movie, Rayquaza. But really, Deoxys is the one that like really sells that movie. Lunala? Okay, Lunala could be up there just because of coolness. But they really missed the mark with Samurot's art in the game. Water starter. I know Samurott. Yeah, had a chance to pose dynamically with one of the arm blades in hand, and they just didn't. Well, because Samurott fucking sucks. The entire Oshawott line is garbage. I'm a hater. I'm sorry, chat. I'm a hater. I don't like Gen 5 or 6. Wait. Was Gen 6 the island one? Sun and Moon? Or was that Gen 7? Zekrom, Peak, Kyurem, oh my god, the Lord. No! Ugh. Dirty, stinky hater. 6 was Megas. Okay. 7 was Islands. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I came back on 7s. I could not be fucked to touch 5 and 6. Could not be fucked to touch generations 5 and 6. Giratina and Zekrom. Giratina is pretty good and has some really good moments in movies. Fuck all the gimmick Pokemon games. You take that back. Pokemon Rangers is top tier. I want another Pokemon Rangers game. I want to break another stylus upon the screen while trying to catch an Entei. Please? Anyway, food. Enoki mushrooms? I fucking love enoki mushrooms. The thing is, though, is I can get them at any of my local stores. I have to drive an hour and a half to another store, to one of the Asian markets, to be able to find them. None of my supermarkets have them. I did enjoy Rangers for what it was and doing something different. I agree. Pokemon Snap is fun in its own way, too, if you're just, like, chilling with it. Gonna go to the Asian mall 2 hours away? Yeah, I would have to go. I'd have to go to the major city. The Kmart? Kmart or Mark? Yeah, buddy. There's a rice cooker. I was gonna say, I don't think they're just gonna serve it with just that, right? They wouldn't. Yeah, industrial rice cooker, baby. Mystery Dungeon was really fun for what it is. The thing is, though, is I think demographics and styles of games have long since outgrown Pokemon adventures. I actually do have I have a red dungeon. I actually saw it again yesterday when I pulled out my old Game Boy games. Oh my God, get in my mouth! A piece of lung. All right, so now we're back to seeing how they prepared the lung. The Mulan man, wash your fucking rice. I guess the international aisle. No, the enoki mushroom isn't usually in the international aisle at like supermarkets. When I lived up north, it would just be in the mushroom section. But in my supermarkets, they have a selection of mushrooms, but none of them are the enoki mushroom. There's their secret sauce again. Perhaps a different mix of the secret sauce. Yeah, this is beef lung. So sometimes when you cook certain cuts of meat, it's not cooked all the way through yet. But in this case, a lot of beef dishes, especially like beef organs and such, will render off a lot of like kind of fattier substances. Often if you're doing it in like water or broth or parboiling it, you end up with scum on top and you're supposed to scrape that off. Washing it this way is the way you do it so that you don't get that nasty scummy taste. And then you add all of the seasonings and stuff. And use a garlic Pokemon. I mean, I already like Smoliv. Smoliv's pretty fucking great. If I got like a regional variant of Smoliv that instead was like a garlic clove, sold. Sold, baby. Or gochujang. Saw Costco the variety pack of mushrooms and fuck, I wanted to buy it for various purposes. Just buy it and make a soup. Okay, that's their display dish that they had earlier. I was like, what are they putting it into? Nice. Nice. I just want to Tinkaton with an even larger hammer. Hey, listen, if Tinkaton ever got a Mega Evolution, I bet that's what it would be. So this looks like a to-go bowl. I'm guessing that's what this is. But this is huge. Okay. Like, this is a very large plastic bowl. Which makes me think Jesus. I'm pretty sure that was white pepper. Just throwing everything in. I'm guessing the people are expected to, like, they can, like, reheat this at home. It's also the fact that this seems to be at least probably 2 to 3 servings as compared to the ones that were in the earthen bowl. So yeah, I think this, somebody may have been right before about this being like a community kitchen. Yeah, I think you were right on the community kitchen part. With ice poison, that would be interesting. The thing though, if they did that, they would have to like, they would have to do a region that's like based around a northern country. The Summoner Syndra. Is that a motherfucking League of Legends reference of one of my favorite fucking characters? The fact, the old lore of Syndra being a summoner in the League of Summoners? Hello? This follower was made for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to. Also, my face fucking drifted again. There we go. That's a deep cut. Damn. What do you mean? But yeah, like if they made a region where like an ice type regional would have to come around, I think. Well, the thing too is it's a snake. It couldn't really be an ice type because snakes are cold blooded, and if they were an ice type and a snake, they would just fall asleep. Yeah, I played League of Legends between 2011, I think. I started when Cassiopeia was the newest character in League of Legends, and I stopped a little while before I started streaming back in 2001 was probably about when I stopped playing. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Paleo. But the thing is, if they did, they probably won't ever do that because of like Japan's relation with Russia. At best, Canada. At best, you would get a game in a region that's basically based off Canada. Yes, they changed it a long time ago, Penguin. That's why when I saw the name The Summoner Syndra, it made me think of the old lore back when the game was essentially still had like the League of Summoners and stuff. But anyway. Sleepy Danger Noodle could totally be a Pokemon. Actually, yeah, probably. Okay. Are those onions? No, okay, that's pork skin. Yeah, pork skin, baby. That's the taco truck I told y'all about a couple weeks ago. One of the taco types that they have at the truck is pork skin tacos. And I tried it, and it is so goddamn tender. Sesame seeds. Just a platter of meats and a little bit of salad on top for it. That's the pigtail. There's the beef lung. Village too small. Yeah, this one's like basically permanently stuck in the parking lot of a junk shop. It isn't, but I appreciate the passion and energy. Aztec. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. That's funny. That's actually that's a very specific coincidence. I'm act up, chat. I'm act up. I may not like cream cheese that much, but I fucking love garlic bread. Oh, just dunk it, sir. My God. My God. Is that tofu? No. It's cream cheese. Cream cheese. I'd sell my soul for that garlic bread. Ooh, it's also crispy. Also, that is a good bread knife. I've had some shitty bread knives in my life. That's a good bread knife. And it may also just be because the bread seems like relatively hard. The slapping sound of the cream cheese, like when it was being mixed. Yeah. See, these eggs are huge. What chickens are laying these eggs? Is there just a company in Korea that like... I need to see a chicken farm that's producing these eggs, because good Lord. They could be goose or duck eggs, but usually duck eggs are like oranger. I believe, if I remember, I could have swore they were, weren't they? I could have swore they were. Big chicken, yeah. Yep. The thing is, I'm pretty sure Korea is more on chicken eggs than other kinds. That is a block of cream cheese. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of cream cheese. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I feel like cream cheese is in too many things these days. You gotta heat the bowl so that the cream cheese softens up. Because right now they're beating the cream cheese to make it softer so that they can insert it into the bread. Back when I worked at Auntie Anne's, we had an industrial blender, not blender, mixer, industrial mixer. Think the one that we just saw here that he's using, except about 3 times bigger, and had to sit on the floor because it was so heavy. I want to be softened up. You are soft, Kono. We talked about this. We've talked about this, Kono. You are soft. The plapping, is that the sound? Is that the sound you're talking about? But yeah, see, this is how they do it. Gotta get the cream cheese in all the crevices. Stand mixers are expensive. They are quite expensive, but they are a worthwhile investment because you will probably only have to buy them once in your life. If you get a good one, you'll only have to buy it once in your life. There's also I'm not going to look at her because if I do, there was a dog rolling around on the floor next to me. I don't know if you can hear her huffing. Oh no, she knows I'm talking about her. She knows I'm talking about her. Uh-oh. Chat, I've been had. She's just staring. Don't make eye contact. Don't look. Don't look. Keep looking over here. Yeah, she's looking at me. I mean, I can't blame ya. Listen, buddy. Listen. Keep it in your face. Yes, it's garlic bread. Yes, it is. Okay, she's sat up and she's staring right at me. A little bit of a shake. Okay. Prolonged eye contact. Eye stinky, yes. Okay, now, like that, this user hasn't been... Fucking got him. Parmesan. Oh, flaky Parmesan. Okay. I promise I stared disrespectfully. That's fine. I'm not gonna get too angry at staring disrespectfully. It's when you speak disrespectfully is when you get thrown out a window. Or hit with a steel chair. Carrie, where's my steel chair? There's no barking. There's no whimpering. You can look disrespectfully. It's when you get weird is when you get in trouble. Oh my God. How much do you think each of these little breads cost? Chat, how much do you think these breads cost? Sadly, they only showed the price of like the first item that we saw in this video, which was the, I'm trying to remember, what was it? It wasn't hot dogs. It was takoyaki. That's what it was. It was takoyaki, and they were each like unit of takoyaki, which was like a package of 8 was about, yeah, it was about like $2.25 or about $3. Wait, dumpling baked in brazier? What does that mean? Oh, what the heck is that? What is that? I've never seen that. Holy shit. Oven dumplings with various flavors. Okay. I see carrots, rice noodles, I think chicken. I think that was minced chicken in there, but I'm not sure. Listen, dumplings are so fun and like they're a little annoying to make at one point, but if you make them in bulk, they're a good like food prep item. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured it was some kind of container of fire. In this case, it was in reference to yeah, I figured it was in reference to that as opposed to like, you know, somebody's bra. Wait a second. Do you think they made that themselves? that this rolling pin attached to the hinge of the... Look at that. That's something that they made for themselves. That's something they made for themselves, for sure. Slay, baby. Slay. I wonder what the one that looks like it's like mayonnaise and stuff is, because it's kind of weirding me out. Okay, then that was bean paste. Yep, bean paste. So that's gonna be a sweet dumpling. Your bras don't contain flames? That's so lame, me and my glowing tits. As it were. As it were. I think it's crab or something. It could be crab. I don't know. I don't like the white slurry looking stuff in it. Is that a block of butter? Was that butter or was that cream cheese? Neither as good as I would like them to be. Wow, buddy, really filled it to the brim? Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Remember to butter your buns. Because fun fact, if you don't egg wash or oil bread, sometimes they can come out gray and they don't look nearly as good. Is that a brain freeze emote? That's a good emote too. God damn it. I need to get more animated emotes at some point. We don't have many for 2.0 that, like, we don't have any that's going to be added before the debut, unfortunately. Because the one that Izzy's working on that I paid her a long time ago for isn't exactly Twitch safe. Yeah, they can be pretty pricey. I mean, QB's really affordable with animated emotes. And I do have a list of animated emote ideas, including one that I specifically owe y'all. I think it's like a charge. I think I owe y'all like a rage charge emote. I have it in my notes where it's specifically ones that like I owe y'all directly for. That's like one of the ones that I have to get. Look how far they've come. Yeah, the difference between modern and like a couple-year-old emotes where it's just like shaking or staring or blinking, and now we have like multifaceted animations. Daedric, you know one of the ones that's already in the Discord. It's the, you know. Anyway. An edit, an opposition I've already drafted. If you look at Dum Dum, any chance for more chat toggles before you have the hyper? So there you go. Oh, okay. Never mind. You got him for free. You got him for free. Good luck, boss man. Is that? That's tentacle. Okay. Hey, they're cooking more of your kinds. Okay. Show me your secrets. Oh, wow. Okay, so they're not really like sitting in it. They're kind of sitting on top of it, and that kind of stresses me out to a degree. Because if you, I'd be concerned that if you tugged it too hard, while like trying to turn it or spin it, you may like knock some off. You know, these sub at tier 3 you get buried more money, which means you can do even cooler stuff. You can also donate at Ko-fi. If you donate, if you do the sub at Ko-fi at $10 or above, you get the same VIP treatment and more goes directly into the carnival. Right now, we are also eventually going to be working up to a subathon at my debut. Not a subathon, a donathon, for the like additional cost that sprung up earlier last week. Oh, the bubbling. Earlier last week for the housing cost. So me, Faye, and Sai have to raise about $2,000 each. so close to be able to fit in that it annoys me that they don't. I agree. I can see the frustration with that. Okay. I want to know how they turned out inside. I don't remember, but I think the black sesame ones are the... What are they? The bean paste ones, the sweet ones. Because usually black sesame is on like desserts or in desserts. I will never return? Nah, so we haven't, Sai hasn't even started it yet. Okay, that was 4,000 won. So that's about 4,000 won. That's $2. Right? 3,000 won. Roughly $2. My ass stopping by here at every day after work and getting 5, baby. Getting 5 of these. Oh my God, they're huge. Nah, bud, you don't gotta snip them up for me. I'll just eat them whole. I'll just eat them whole. Okay, I underestimated the size of these buns. I'll take 3. It's falling out everywhere. No. Okay, maybe okay. They top it with stuff. Okay, maybe I stand corrected. How can we compare with Baird? We'll have Sai and Faye right there with her. It happens. It happens. That is a glob of bean paste. Oh, it's cheese. Okay. It was a block of cheese. I should have known better. Spicy fish cakes with dumplings. Okay. Actually... Yeah, I think we're gonna call it there, guys. Because we were never gonna make it through this entire video for like the street food and stuff. But I have good news in case you don't remember my new schedule. We are gonna be back tomorrow. We are going to be playing Expedition 33 for the first time. I know nothing about this game except from what I saw in its original trailer. But let's see who we are going to raid. Let me get a snooze in there. Just to make sure I need it. The cheese grommet, the cheese. My goodness. My goodness. All right. Let's see who is doing what. We may raid red because I think today it looks like in this title they're doing their tabletop thing later. Wait, did Naomi already get partner?
And enjoy.
Oh wow, she got confirmed so fucking fast.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. All right. She probably just applied at like the good time just before they did the batch, but... Oh, okay, never mind. Let me find somebody else. Is that fucking Roblox? Is Cottontail playing Roblox? Oh no. Oh no. When the new Wallace and Gromit comes out, didn't it? Isn't it coming out soon? Something like that. All right, let me see if I can find somebody else, because now I have to like scroll. No, Cuppa's doing Goose Game. Okay. I wanted to find something spooky for y'all, or at least something similar. Digital Drake, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, guys, if you're new here or you haven't joined it yet, do feel free to join the Discord. Let me go ahead and do Discord here for y'all to join. I need to do a lot more stuff in Discord. I want to do movie nights. I want to do a bunch of other shits. We may raid Jane. Do we want to raid Jane? The Oni's live. Oni's doing Red Dead Redemption. We may raid the Oni. Has so much untapped potential. Also, if you get VIP, you get access to the Dark Carnival Minecraft server, which is a very goofy perk. It feels weird to say because I haven't played Minecraft in so long. But oh my God, Skunk Odor's streaming again? No way. Damn, I have not seen him in years. But that is not who we're going to raid. I'm sorry for taking so long on this, guys. Usually somebody pops up on like my side panel that I can just like hover and be like, yeah, we'll raid this person. But that did not happen this time. We're gonna go raid the Oni. Dania Lexu. Probably, I'm no Discord expert. It's fine. Yeah, I do have to take Coco out because she's been inside the entire stream. Up until after like 30 minutes in when I realized she wasn't hanging out outside anymore. But what do we want to do for raid message? Crime Brulee? Crime Brulee? Crime Brulee. Crime Brulee. Nodders. 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 All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT. We're going to be checking out Expedition 33. I'm actually very curious because so many people say it's like their game of the year and shit. And that is in a post-Monster Hunter Wilds world. So I'm very curious to see how good this game is. If you don't have my Wiggle emote, feel free to use any other Wiggle emote or like Chaos emote you have. Until next time, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Go give some love to the Oni. Fair warning, though, she is going to be loud as soon as we get over there. Good luck.